and of the Holy Spirit. For those who do not understand English, alokero papa, kangalo koku, kangalo ketao, kangole busan, Amen. Kipro Yesu Kristo.
Thank you very much, Sister Bernadette. That strong prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, to now is welcome remarks from the Director Communications and Public Relations at Bank of Uganda. Let me take this privilege of inviting Mr. Kenneth Egesa, who heads Communications and Public Relations at Bank of Uganda, to come and deliver his welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, MC Robert. Honorable members of parliament here, distinguished leaders, esteemed members of the Moroto community, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Ejo Kanoi. It's a great honor to stand before you today in Moroto at the heart of Karamoja. And on behalf of Bank of Uganda, I extend our warmest greetings to you all. Thank you very much for turning up in such large numbers. Thank you. Let me begin by expressing my deep gratitude to you, the people of Moroto, who have left everything you are doing to come and join us here, and for giving us this warm welcome. Your hospitality and openness makes this engagement very, very meaningful to us. I also wish to extend our sincere appreciation to the leaders of Moroto, the members of parliament, the district leadership, the local authorities, for their support and commitment to towards engaging with us. To you, the leaders, your collaboration is invaluable in ensuring that financial services reach the people of Moroto. This town hall meeting is part of a nationwide initiative to bring the central bank closer to the people. Over the years, we have traveled far and wide across the country to engage directly with communities such as you, to gather useful insights, and to explain financial concepts in a simple and meaningful way that is practical, clear, and relevant for daily life. So the team that is before you is going to do that. But let me also say that we are not just here to talk. While we will talk, we will also listen to you. So let me say a bit more about why we are here. Some people may believe that Bank of Uganda is for big banks and big companies. That is not true. Our work as Bank of Uganda affects everyone, from the businessmen to the cattle keepers, to the border riders, to the farmers, to the teachers, to the medics, to business owners, and to everyone from different walks of life. So our mission today here is simple: to explain to you what Bank of Uganda does, so that when you understand how our work impacts you, then we expect that this should impact how you save, how you borrow, and also your daily transactions. Number two, which I hinted on, is to listen to you. And why is this important? Because no one understands the financial landscape of Karamoja like you do. So it's very important that we listen to you and understand your perspective. The third one is to find opportunities together so that we can make financial services more accessible, supportive, and beneficial to everyone in Moroto. Let me also touch a little bit about why all this is important. All this is important because Moroto, just like any other part of the country, has great economic potential. Karamoja is a region of strength, resilience, and great potential. We know that mining is expanding. There is marble, limestone, gold, which are invaluable resources that can create jobs and wealth for the region. Trade is increasing. Yesterday when we were touring the town, we saw the road that links Karamoja to Kenya and beyond. So there's potential for Karamoja to be a commercial hub. Of course, Karamoja has great potential in livestock and agriculture, which remains central to many families that rely on cattle keeping and crop farming. And therefore, access to financial services can help grow these initiatives. So Bank of Uganda is here as a show of commitment towards supporting the great economic potential of Karamoja. And this is through ensuring that financial services are available, they are inclusive, and are beneficial. So if you've been receiving financial services that do not espouse these characters, now is the time to share this information with us. So what should you expect for the rest of this morning from us? Our Bank of Uganda team will not just provide speeches. We want to have a conversation, and we will, in that conversation, break down key financial topics in a simple and relatable way. You will also have the opportunity to ask questions. Please feel free to ask all the questions that you have about what we do without any fear. In case you have questions about banking, about loans, about mobile money, about savings, about financial security, about investments in treasury bonds, about our gold reserve accumulation program, feel free to ask those questions so that we can bring light to these questions, to these issues. We will listen to your insights and share them with our leadership as well, including the governor, who will be here tomorrow to discuss these and other issues with the district leaders tomorrow. So this is your opportunity. Ask questions, share your experiences, and learn how Bank of Uganda is working for you. As I conclude, let me share this Bible quote with you. It is from Proverbs 24, verses 3 to 4. By wisdom a house is built, and through understanding it is established. Through knowledge its rooms are filled with rare and beautiful treasures. So by improving our understanding of financial matters, we can build a stronger future together for our families and the communities. Therefore, for emphasis, I encourage you to ask questions, share ideas. Let's share knowledge. Let's work together to strengthen financial services in Moroto and make use of the expert team from Bank of Uganda, from capital markets, and other regulators who will be joining us, and take full advantage of this situation, of this session. Thank you, and I look forward to an engaging discussion. Alakara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenneth Egesa, the Director of Communications and Public Relations at the Bank of Uganda. Let us add him another round of applause. Thank you. My colleague Godfrey will briefly translate. Keep before we have the next speech. Godfrey, please.
Anyuar wani anege noeng tangula Moroto apanere akira na nini kechanga krono go one ponter lalo na bodang tal ikijao to ba e ponter do lalo nya ponta do la rakia ponta do ya tamar kitanta eda mokno kotere to bongono kini kana e bana akra Bank of Uganda. Kami ngarang bank ya banata Bank of Uganda. Tapi tak kira untuk anda ada lo tama Uganda. Ani arai kiti yang dengan ule pontal tama Bank of Uganda. Anyu ni pun kelala Moroto. Ani ada kayak ya kata ruki dong le. Nida tamare patana Moroto. Rawon tahun ngola polon ngolo syara la polon. Atama karimojong buneta lalo era akimike kinti keche tungole ponter keche lalo kodongol ngedi yaka.
Thank you, Ma, for coming. And she has moved to of the district security team. I see Uganda Police Force here. Members of the district security team, please stand up for recognition. Thank you so much, Afande. Jamba Afande. Thank you for coming. Governor's representative, I had earlier noted that today we've been joined by members of or representative of mobile money service providers, and I want to once again welcome Mr. Philip Odoi, who is the head regional commercial operations Northern Uganda, and Kenneth, who is the regional business manager MTN. They are seated over there. But also we have our sister regulators from the Capital Markets Authority. And this morning we've been joined by Mr. Terence Tumuine, who is the acting manager, communication and public relations, seated over here. Together with Norbert Barije, who is the officer. Thank you so much for coming, Capital Markets Authority, and they'll be telling you more about what they do. Without much ado, let me now invite the Moroto district to come and speak on behalf of the district and officially welcome us to district of Moroto. Let's clap for Mama Jane Francis Amongin.
Mata lua papa. Mata no atoto. Mata ekisil. Mata akile. Mata ipeyok. Aya, bapa kisaka na ija unipeyok. Allow me observe the protocol like it's already been laid down. My name is Jane Francis Amongin Okele, but my people in Karamoja call me Nalem. Enyarita yengo Nalem. Alakara kaijaunes. Kijauntai. Kijauntai Osite. Yalama Bunere. Yalama Bunere Osite. Yalama no. Yalama Noa. Yalama Bunere. Noa Papa, Yalama Bunere. Team from Bank of Uganda, we are delighted as Moroto to host you. And thank you for opening your offices to the public. And like you can see, the Moroto people have come and they are still coming. I want to thank the mobilization team because I listened to them up to almost 7 p.m. yesterday. I tell you, they did a very good job, and I hope the space will be enough for us. I also want to thank your team on the ground. Jonah and his team have actually become Karamojong. If they don't live here in-laws, then they are weak. By the time they have been here, they have combed every corner. And I think they have also done some sensitization. I want to reserve most of my comments for tomorrow, but for today, it's just welcoming you to Moroto. And I know some of you, it might be your first time. And if your eyes were closed and opened in Moroto, you would wonder if you are really in Moroto. So I want us to clap for the government of NRM. Kebapataka na ishalamikini President Yoweri Museveni. Bapa the security organizations kere. Lua papa ramataka. Oro mame kisili timam kanoni jaini. Konya jayo nine. Anwe kisili ayani. Rama kinapugan. Keshala mikisi President Museveni keda tolo ila ilu. Karamataka no joke. Because you managed to reach Moroto in a few hours. Those days when this road, you days minimum to reach Moroto. Doesn't Musei deserve another Chisanja? Ibuno na ina kini Museveni boba vote, ma'am. Arama kisakan. Sololo ibuntoni aya una kiti. Akira no shilinga, akira no biashara. Ose sajen no kere. Esa pupokin ay ngita ngiseta. Pupete senera chenyo. Iuta sesa pupu no. Mambo bai jul. Alakara. Alakara no. I know prayers have already been prayed. And this meeting is going to be successful. And we shall die with us. Whatever questions we ask, please answer us. I say this for God and my country. Keboyoto jok. This DPC has already been introduced, but let him mention his name. Ejaye DPC ne, nyekise DPC oli meke kirar. My security may be tampered with if I don't introduce him.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner, the Bank of Uganda team that has come to Moroto, the media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to us all. In front of you, I am Superintendent of Police, Aikoyo Sidini, DPC Moroto. Mine is to welcome you, just to greet you actually, and tell you my names. Mama, additionally, you will allow me to mention, as you have done so, that your stay in Moroto is guaranteed. Don't hurry to go back. Take your time, enjoy Moroto. You can move around and call Moroto looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The DPC Moroto. Superintendent of Police, Sydney, for welcoming us and assuring us of security. Governor's representative, in this meeting, we have also been joined by the supervised financial institutions. With us today is Mr. Angura Patrick, who is the branch manager, Centenary Bank, Moroto, together Namodu Crispas, who is the head of loans, Centenary Bank, Moroto. I ask them to stand up. Thank you so much for coming. Moroto has 3 commercial banks. This is Centenary. Stanbic Bank, are you here yet? Stanbic? Oh. Stanbic Bank, that is the manager. We met yesterday. Thank you so much for coming. And Post Bank, not yet. Maybe they will join us in due course. So we just wanted to make sure that those banks present are recognized so that in case you have any question, they can actually respond. The RDC's speech does not need any translation. You agree with me, right? She has spoken. What we once again to so much RDC Mama Jane Okili, thank you for the Mr. Governor, the president Umra Uganda Microfinance Regulator Authority seated over there, and Umra in charge of licensing entire 4 institutions. We are sure more about their mandate before we leave. We also want to recognize UBRA, members, representatives of UBRA, Uganda Authority, UBRA, and they are the people regulating the retirement schemes, and they will interact with you during this town hall meeting. At this juncture, let me take this singular honor and pleasure of inviting the governor's who is none other than Mr. Waswa to come and deliver remarks. Let's welcome speak to
good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. And I always like to salute the Lord. Praise the Lord for the beautiful day that He has blessed us with, for the big congregation that you are. And I'm very positive we're going to have a very, very fruitful discussion this morning. Fruitful discussion, not a monologue. We are going to have a conversation. Let me also take the opportunity to thank the governor for favoring me to come and represent him today. He would have loved to come himself today, but his schedule was busy and he'll be with us tomorrow. So allow me to read his speech verbatim. Board management and staff of Uganda, the district and city leadership and staff here present, religious and cultural leaders here present, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you once again. I am privileged to represent the Governor of Bank of Uganda, Dr. Mike Atingego, who sends his warm greetings and appreciation to the people of Moroto. The governor will address the district leaders tomorrow. And what I picked out of that were 2 things: wisdom and knowledge. We're here because I know we have gaps in understanding each other. You have various perceptions about what Bank of Uganda does, about what financial institutions do, and we also have our own different perceptions. The purpose of this meeting is to try to bridge that gap. We have a very big team from Bank of Uganda that is going to present on the various areas Bank of Uganda works on. Listen very attentively to acquire knowledge. That knowledge will also give you more wisdom. That wisdom will also give you more understanding. So that at the end of the day, both of us benefit something. You get something, we also get something from you. The governor has asked me to convey his sincere appreciation for your participation and commitment to this engagement, and extends his warmest regards to you all. We at Bank of Uganda are delighted to be here in Moroto, a district rapidly emerging as a center of economic opportunity. Karamoja has long been perceived as a center of challenging region for development, but today we're witnessing a transformation fueled by mining, trade, and agriculture. The governor and his team recognize this shift and are committed to ensuring financial inclusion and economic empowerment reach every corner of Uganda, Moroto inclusive. Probably a number of you are asking yourself, why is Bank of Uganda here? Bank of Uganda is here for 3 reasons. 1, Karamoja's changing economic landscape. The region is evolving with the rise of industries such as mining and cement production. We must ensure that financial services support this transformation, helping businesses grow and ensuring fair access to economic opportunities. The second is the importance of financial inclusion. We want every Ugandan to have access to banking, to have access to credit facilities, and reliable financial services should not be limited to just major cities. Whether you're a trader in Moroto Town, or a pastoralist in Rupa, or a small-scale miner in Kapiripirit, financial systems must work for you. The third is to engage with communities to drive development. Bank of Uganda is not about making policies in Kampala. We are here to listen, understand your challenges, and work with you to find solutions that support growth and financial stability. The reason we are soliciting for your contributions is because the challenges in Karamoja are different from the challenges in Gulu, are different from the challenges in Kampala, they're different from the challenges in Soroti, in Mbale, in Barara, and other parts of the country. So we want to hear from you to understand the kind of problems you have, and we get solutions that are specific to your needs. For both of us to benefit, you need to understand the role of Bank of Uganda in the country. As I mentioned earlier, many people have different perceptions of what Bank of Uganda does, how it does it, and indeed, we've got feedback. There is a lady here who comes from Kampala. She confessed that she didn't know what Bank of Uganda does, despite the fact that she comes from Kampala. You're welcome to Moroto, because this is where you're going to get the gospel Bank of Uganda from. And I hope you pick as much as you possibly can and make sure you spread that gospel. Some people think Bank of Uganda only prints money. Others believe Bank of Uganda only regulates banks, while some others are unsure about what Bank of Uganda does. But we want to share with you what Bank of Uganda does, how it does it, why it does it, and how it affects or impacts your lives. This town hall meeting is designed to clarify these misconceptions and provide a detailed understanding of Bank of Uganda's role in ensuring the financial stability and economic growth for all Ugandans. Our core responsibilities can be broken down into a number of areas. The first being maintaining price stability. Inflation, and I guess you help us to translate the word inflation in the local language. Inflation affects the cost of living for every Ugandan. And one of the responsibilities of Bank of Uganda is to ensure that inflation remains low and stable so that prices for goods and services do not fluctuate unpredictably. This helps businesses plan better, farmers sell their produce reasonably, and families manage household expenses without fear of sudden economic shocks. The second is overseeing financial institutions. Bank of Uganda regulates commercial banks, and I'm glad here we have Centenary Bank, we have Stanbic Bank, which have so far been represented, and we have Post Bank. In addition, we supervise what we call credit institutions. They are not commercial banks, but they more or less offer what commercial banks do, but on a smaller scale. We regulate microfinance deposit-taking institutions. There are many microfinance institutions, but the ones that Bank of Uganda supervises and regulates are those that take deposits from the public. Pride, Ugaford, Finca, but I've not seen any of them here. We also supervise forex bureaus, credit reference bureaus, large circles, and mobile money. Someone talked about mobile money here. And the reason we supervise them is that we want you, when you save, you make your savings in these institutions, these savings are safe. And periodically, the teams from Bank of Uganda come and look at the books of these institutions to ensure that your savings you are safe. And I would encourage each one of you, Centenary, you're here, Stanbic, you're here, and I believe Post Bank will also join us. I don't know whether you have account opening forms with you. I want people to open up accounts. That's the only way you can start your banking journey. I know each one of you have business ideas, but probably the only thing that stands between you and that business implementation of that business idea is capital. If you don't have it physically, the banks will help you bridge that gap. And the only way they can know you is by you establishing a relationship with them, by opening an account. When you open an account and you begin saving, after some time you can go to them and tell them, I have been saving, but I also want to borrow money from you to start a business. Or I already have a business, but it needs more funding. These banks will support you. They only presenting yourselves to them. That is the first route. The second route, I'll request you, the bankers, get out of your offices and approach the public. Encourage them, even if it is 1,000. They say journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today there will be 1,000, tomorrow 2,000. But they will have saved a significant amount of money that will motivate you to lend to them so that they can begin that relationship. Government often comes up with programs of a financial nature. But for you to be able to benefit from these programs, they want to channel these resources through the banking institutions. How will you benefit if you don't have an account in these institutions? I want to thank the RDC for blowing the trumpet of government. This infrastructure the government has laid is to support you, to connect the people of Moroto, actually not only to the rest of Uganda, but to the rest of the world. We should start thinking about global trade, not between Nakapiripirit and Moroto and no. You can start with Moroto and Nakapiripirit, then beyond that you go to Kampala afterwards, Kenya, Tanzania. That is how countries develop, how individuals grow. Don't think about yourselves alone. Think about the generations that will come after you. Your children should build up you lay for them. The third is managing currency circulation. Again, in the expectations from the public, someone talked about banknotes. Someone from Bank of Uganda is going to talk about it. And it is the sole responsibility of Bank of Uganda in Uganda to issue and distribute currency. It is the only legally established institution to do that. Facilitating financial inclusion. We work with financial services across Uganda, ensuring that even people in the remotest parts of the country have opportunities to save, have opportunities to invest, and have access to credit safely and affordably. Provide is through treasury bills and bonds. Again, there's feedback that came from the public, how they can invest and sleep and their money generates returns. There's someone from Bank of Uganda to explain to you how you can do that. I wouldn't encourage you to sleep, but when you invest in these government instruments, your return is guaranteed and on time without fail. But and we'll explain this in greater detail. We support economic development programs. Bank of Uganda administers programs such as the Agricultural Credit Facility and the Small Business Recovery Fund, which provide affordable loans to farmers, traders, and small businesses. These programs help businesses recover, expand, and contribute to national economic growth. Our team will make a detailed presentation on these facilities and how you can benefit from them. The town hall is not just a platform for making speeches. It is a conversation. Feel free to ask whatever question you have on your mind. You will get a response. In previous time hall meetings we've carried out in other parts of the country, we have received valuable insights from business owners, farmers, and financial service users, which have informed our policy decisions. Your input today will similarly help shape economic policies that better serve the people of Moroto and Karamoja at large. Bank of Uganda is here to answer your questions, clarify decisions, and provide guidance on financial matters that directly affect your businesses, households, and communities. The presentations today will cover various aspects of our work, and I encourage you to take advantage of the question and answer sessions just in case there's something someone has said that you've not understood. Feel free to ask in whatever language. English, yes, and I'm sure that we have an interpreter in your local language, so that when you leave this place, you leave this place a better person, a better informed person. We're also making a call for collaboration. Financial transformation is a shared responsibility. Government agencies, private sector players, financial institutions, and communities must work together to build a robust and inclusive financial system. As an African proverb says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you need to go together. We at Bank of Uganda believe in going very, very far. And the only way we can do this is by going together. The reason I want us to go together is because are the foundations of your families. If you haven't started a business, and after this engagement you start a business, that will be an inheritance for those who come after you, your children. They will build a foundation, expand it, and also hand it over to the generations that will come after you, after them. That is the far we're talking about. Tomorrow, the governor will delve deeper into these themes, outlining Bank of Uganda's strategies for advancing Karamoja's economic progress. He will specifically address key issues such as expanding financial services in rural areas, strengthening consumer protection against predatory lending practices, and leveraging Karamoja's natural resources to foster sustainable economic development. His speech will offer deeper insights into policy measures and initiatives that are aimed at ensuring financial inclusion and economic empowerment for all. He looks forward to hearing from you and engaging in a meaningful dialogue. On behalf of the governor, I sincerely appreciate your time and engagement today. Your insights and contributions are invaluable in shaping policies that serve not only Karamoja, but the wider Ugandan public. We look forward to continuing this conversation and working with you to build a financially inclusive and prosperous Karamoja. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Rai ngolo iwe kenete ega ngole balange de bunta para chakdiana kapolok anegena bo na kwa etala karte governor jong no yang Uganda eponter la era ngata meta ngona koda ila mer ngata mata ngona na ke kwid ngeda tana itemokno kota na kwa na ba balangedi elodi morta polo na loto e polo ya loto ma ake kay polo ya loto ma korna ka ketare ingeda bokore karaye dor nga ngeda ya e balangedi e yakarna to ma kare mojo anyana tamare ay polo e yakar erai anyana tamare etwanda dang topedo arka abankya ngediri muntere kachila lo e panta na pada pupun no tere na ke ip ibere Uganda era ya kemana mana ngabangkya kemana mana tema mobile kemana mana ala itu bana ngedi ilmu beta il ponto janege ngedi ba belmu ngta bangkya to tunga elata tare kudioko eba kengetanga ngedata maya tamang ngedek ngeta boko to gara metang ete gara metang video ngul ne ara itu na ba ndur rek apolon ke dami jala ka wi se boko ay ni chaptal kana yenye atubonor na lan ala kara
Thank you so much, Godfrey, for governor's speech. Next on our program is a set of presentations. We have presentations that are going to be made by our sister regulators, namely Capital Markets Authority, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. Those are the three that are going to be presenting to us, and each one of them a maximum of 10. After that, we'll get Bank of Uganda, the first policy, the third one will be systems, and then in government, investing in government securities and bonds. And of course, very lastly, agriculture and small business recovery fund. So, Mr. Mwine, the acting manager, communications and public relations at the committee, to come make a 10-minute presentation.
Thank you very, very much. He kept emphasizing 10 minutes while looking at me and saying 10 minutes, and it's going to be a 10-minute presentation. But my name is Terence Tumwine. I serve with the Capital Markets Authority. I am really, really happy to be here. I must confess, it is sad to note, genuinely sad to note, that this is my first time in Moroto. But when I came, there was so much we have in common. So much. It's 800 kilometers from my hometown, but there was so much that I saw that we had in common, and I was so excited. Something as simple as, you know how you burn your bushes to either remove the ticks or to just allow for green, fresh grass to grow? That's similarly to what we do. In the morning when we're coming, RDC has left, and she was talking about thanking the government for the infrastructure. We left Kampala at 11 o'clock last night, and we were able to reach here by 7 o'clock. Thanks to the infrastructure, thanks to the security. I asked my friend here to literally bring a stick. We use the same sticks, the same sticks to graze. I saw the young men literally doing the same thing that we do. When you're grazing and when you're tired, you sit on the stick literally like this in the morning. And I said, wow, we are just similar but in a very, very different location. So I am just excited to be in this place. So thank you very, very much, the Central Bank, for organizing this. It just shows how we are similar but just hundreds of kilometers away. So thank you very, very much for allowing us the opportunity. My name again is Tumwine Terence. I serve with the authority, the Capital Markets Authority, and why we are here is we continue to work with the Central Bank to do quite a number of things in terms of the development of the capital markets, but also to ensure that you and I can be able to grow our knowledge on investment opportunities in this country. And I'm really, really, once again, thankful to the Central Bank, to the governor, who's here. A hand clap to the Central Bank for organizing this. It's not cheap, but they want to be able to reach out to you, and they ask quite a number of financial services regulators who are here to ensure that we can be able to share knowledge. But what is the Capital Markets Authority, and where are we here, and why do we come here to have a conversation with you? The Central Bank felt it wise to also tag along with the Capital Markets Authority. They sent us letters 3 months or 4 months before, and they said, make sure you are part of this. And the CEO, who will be available for the engagement tomorrow, together with the Deputy Governor and the Governor, will be here to expound more on what we do. But just to help you appreciate, just like the Central Bank, we are the police. The police, we saw the security personnel and UPDF along the way. We are the police for the capital markets. Now, what is the capital markets? What is the capital markets? the capital markets is just something as simple as where the savers are to where the people are looking for capital. Are we together? The savers and the people looking for capital. Even the banks, you won't believe it, invest in the capital markets. How? They do invest in treasury bills and bonds. Now that's just a big word for capital markets. So treasury bills and bonds are just one of the aspects of the capital markets. They are debt securities where there's a cement factory here, no? Westgate? Huh? Westgate. So we can be able to raise financing from the capital markets, and then they say, we want to issue a bond. And now you and I can say, okay, we've seen the factory startup. We've seen how it's been established. We've seen how many people it has employed. We've seen how it has impacted lives. And we want to be part of that vision. So you can be part of that vision through buying a small unit, a very, very small unit of ownership if it sells equity, or a small unit of debt if it raises debt securities through government bonds, or sorry, through bonds or short-term securities bills. So yes, you can be able to participate. You may say, what's the minimum I can be able to participate? The capital markets has tried to make it as simple as possible. For those who may not want to participate in these heavily structured products, who may not understand what is this company, they've said, okay, there's a segment for you called the collective investment schemes. The collective investment schemes allows you to save even as little as 10,000. Even as little as 10,000. You've sold your goat, some of the money can pay school fees. But even after it has paid school fees, we like to request and encourage, and in addition to educating you about these things, we want to encourage you, can you commit to saving a small amount of whatever money that you're making? Let it be you have sold the beans that you have grown. Let it be that you have sold that cow to be able to, I see that we are very, very passionate about cows, just like we are. In the morning we saw you literally walking with the cows on the road to ensure that you guide them to the grazing field. Yes, you're very, very passionate, but should you need to sell it for an emergency, you also want to be able to save that money to somewhere we can easily liquidate whenever you have an emergency. What is an emergency? Anything that can take your hard-earned money. It's possible that you've saved a lot and you've put aside all these cows and goats, but now the question is, or you've been part of the mines, working very, very hard, and you've sold some of the minerals that you've been able to sell. It's important that you put away some money for a rainy day. For a rainy day. And that's why we're introducing what we're calling the collective investment schemes. It just puts you and I together. It's like, it's really similar to a bank. But the simple role of these collective investment scheme managers is literally to invest money on your behalf. And at the end of the day, they guarantee you a return. Martha here asked, how can I be able to earn money even when I'm sleeping? We don't encourage you to sleep like the governor has said. Please do not sleep if you're still young. Work hard as much as you can until your bones don't allow you to work hard. But you can be able to earn money while you continue working hard because you've given your money to a professional investment scheme that is licensed by the Capital Markets Authority. Why do we stand here? To literally ensure that these people are licensed, one. Two, we ensure that they are meeting the best standards of practice in terms of, are they investing your money well? When they received your 5,000, your 10,000, how long did they take to invest? And are you earning a return? Most of these are giving a return of average between 10 and 13%. 10 and 13%. So imagine you put 100,000 there. At the end of the year, you should be having a minimum of 13,000 on your account. So this is what we're trying to say. A professional investment advisor who is investing money on your behalf. So should you desire to have a conversation and start your investment journey, we are going to be available here. We have flyers to help you start your investment journey and have a lengthy personal conversation with each one of you to help you appreciate how you can invest with the capital markets. And we're really, really privileged to be part of this. And thank you again. Thank you, the Central Bank, for inviting us. Thank you all for coming. Eyalama, no.
Alakara, arangi ngolo tieto ma adu to arai e warta bal kinga e ba to anyi ngotunga ito peke na wananchi alak saba kita mti ngara nga neni ke chinga da ye ngatamon kige la kada ko ni bore ngini tante the ling tapata na yalos neni ke ariya mana the ling gitundu ya nga ane ayong why alakara so ko na ka bala ilo di oto kana anin ke kamaga alakara.
Thank you so much. We are moving our presentations. The next presentation is our sister financial sector regulator, which is Uganda Regulatory Authority. Mr. Governor, sir, the team from UBRA is composed of 3 people. Mr. Mark Lotuke, who is the manager, market conduct vision. We also Angole officer at UBRA. And then Ms. Lilia Kaka, public affairs. We are trying to do whoever is here gets a seat, and that's handling it, and we should from and we still and just to what you have your questions ready, and the and we should be able to proceed to have. So let me who supervision at UBRA to come and make a presentation on behalf of UBRA. Please, minute, sir.
Thank you so. Thank you so much. The representative governor, Bank of Uganda, all thank you so much for this chance, and this we thank for allowing us to join them in this meeting, which is part of financial sector regulators under the Financial Sector Stability Forum, where we aim at sharing information for effective regulation, as well as doing public awareness. My name is Lotuke Mark. Mata dadang, mata tatoto, mata tapapa, mata ke excel, mata yakas juji. Alakara kwarna no yakuwa alangareni kwil. Etala karte anga kujachuna kinwanda dane akera reko yungola apolon le tialo mamunga patana ngitungal da ponere lalo akidroron rai ya ingirwalu alak ngidilingalu alak kalodete kaza lan kana bo tata maramadi ke chipotu Moroto ngata mar yebore ni ajoko ni anyunto ngitungalu ane ka chamta ngara kinwanda todo financial inclusion ata mar nga mera yakau kinga ngedelenga so etala karta do Bank of Uganda no woi abunere Moroto so khari ngatene boko UBRA, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, ngne polokint kangna ripripi organizations ngulu polokinto ngakrong naka ani arani tia yo wanda adani tia ya mojonge ya polore ya berni boko retirement. So rai UBRA arionga tangna supervising ai ngitunga ngulu nakinto akrong na retirement. Nai aloto me tichilo tia to na lo dia Pauline acha yeni lo to na acha alimok ne wadio nyoti ya UBRA kanyo pontere dwane ngano kra chamta dali mokni kotere tichungola UBRA so to pupokede kana be yakauno do atokona yakauno do atapara shudang ni tokona rika knione yakauno do alo ye potere da ngitengite do aki yanga kro chamta da ngitengite kotere telo do bagnorio for your retirement. Thank you.
I want to thank our team leader, the Governor Bank of Uganda representative, and fellow regulators. Unakang alodiang alimun nguna pontere da alimun dadang akidruar kintaring kapolo kolugulu kinakinto da pag apo akanyar taangolere Paulina Priska arayang aketian UBRA ngina wekini scoring ne ripripi ngadu nga tanguna ngada tengdel nga ngitunga ngulu yengune te alotich ngede khodi akhodi ruanget yang ngedel nga ikwa NSSF yene NSSF especially ngitunga ya vision ule nyamete ngada tengdel nga ka ruanget ngana ke NSSF nan ani yengune te ori amutu dio yang tunga luiti ya tena pukan ingada ya pukan inkeche dilinga la sef ele munete ke shida peiti akid tolema so na pe yengune atungan apukan ele muningi dilinga na yungunda ngune rokoi dol ya temar apukan o miara apukan na yengune pitolori amunet ngidilinga ngulu kote ay ngulu amay kina after khalimu ako ngina ako itia erangi tichido khodi ngikan ka pay epite aru ngatano linga angetunga tish ngide linga lu nga kiwa ani chana ni era rangi de linga nyede nga ke chebukyo ke chan chane teng de linga banu ani ngune teng tunga ulungi de linga ngopi adi ngina nga ako cheti chidio ya de la keniti de kapukan atema ada teng de linga ebe na ebe tole mtulu ko de ka ngidilinga neni lala hotere ina ki ke shapukan ina ke foida no de ada ikinyaka kini kongena mam inga kwa ngidilinga da ngulu inga da wona lo grupo yo kalore inga da ki na inga da ikinyaka kini nyo e foida na ngawuni ere ko di ticha ngitunga ondilinga luya otaponere elo na pidi ko di den tolotong tunga diono ka chino itia te kai kech ko ngada ite ke chingi dilinga ata mari nyo ngidilinga luya alotich ya abakau kitiate ko na e khodi ti chiboreng da dango karu yang report yo aru ngata na ko ne itia paki ne abarakin de ke pe yalo kidi yo khatamar re foida anga to mona ngauni so achia paki atamari nye para karanga to mona kan ingidi ke chayanga to kidiono kori ngiru ake khati a covid a potkipi achara then tocha kai kech ngina ngakan ya arepirip and then ngina kan kapei ya akarta ya kena kinu ya karta ate mari ita kitia e biashara lo itia yo ida karta dia bakau ila mitio rikinto na karta agia ona ke ngadange dilenga ngitunga ikwa na kaitunga ni ria muni on ko ni ko na bank etamari a bank apedori ak ngadange dilenga to kidilalu ke ngadaete mam ngepedori ngitunga da ngulu ngadaete tuboki ni karta ta bakau ila mitio ini ngilamit ele mario kori jari a karta ngin kinya karai temara to ta changitu nganka chedilinga ke ko kide ai to da adi kingi deta aloto ma ki yengun alotish ipote den ko de ani era ngitunga lu ala nege nyamete mcha alla kanu de kiti era lu ngitunga lu nyamete mchara ngolo lap na yi won lung kinyamie yang apa kio danga ya edubana kin ngitulunge ngolo lap kotere to pedora tak ngadang ke chedilinga ikila karano.
Thank you. Good. Once again, let us clap for so for now, so you can take a bottle of water and relax. So but before I invite Vanessa, I am glad to inform the audience that with us here today is Metro Credit Reference Bureau, and it has been represented by Adrian Kisake and Caesar Watenga, and they are here and access your sent to you via your email. So in case you want to know our credit history, the team is here from Metropole Let me now invite Umra. Umra today is Kainza Eunice and Emiku Joseph. Umra, kindly come forward. I believe Joseph is going to make the presentation and a maximum of 10 minutes. Kindly endeavor to fit within that timeline. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon. Is it still morning or afternoon? It's still morning. Seems my watch is not doing good. By names, I'm called Joseph Emiku. I work with the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. First of all, I want to thank the representative from Bank of Uganda, representing the governor. Thank you so much for coming. The team from BOU, staff and management, thank you for coming. And then my fellow regulators, thanks so much for coming. I want to thank BOU for coming down to the community to engage Moroto region in terms of economic landscape, and then the issues of financial inclusion. Thank you so much. We don't take it for granted. Can't we clap for BOU? Secondly, I also want to re-echo with my colleague from CMA that when we were coming also from Kampala, the road was very good. We drove very well. We saw the features on the road. It's like we were engaging in tourism. I and my colleagues were really wondering that, is this really Karamoja with all beauty? Let's thank the government of Uganda for bringing us peace, for bringing us economic development. We see the infrastructure on the road is very good. We need to clap for our government as well. In terms of UMRA, what we do basically is that we do regulate, license, and supervise all the Tier 4 microfinance institutions in Uganda. When we talk about microfinance institutions in Uganda, we're talking about the money lenders, the SACCOs, the non-deposit microfinance institutions, the self-help groups, and the others. That's what we do. And for UMRA, basically, if you look at someone had asked today that the issue of interest rates. As government, under the Ministry of Finance, the minister last time under the Act provided that a minister under advice from UMRA would cap interest rate. And it did, this was capped last year in is that all finance institutions are supposed to charge interest rate at 2.8. Someone had asked about it. And then two, handle the issue of money lenders that also take national IDs. In the Tier 4 Act, it doesn't allow money lenders to take national IDs. Another thing is the issue of ATM cards. They are also not allowed to take ATM cards, national IDs, and also to sign land sales agreement. These money lenders are not allowed also to engage in such practices. And then also, if you know any institution in Moroto, we have few that are licensed in Moroto, but if you enter into an institution and if you want to borrow money, please ask them that, are you licensed by UMRA? That's the first question. I know always in the first term, most parents are here, they have the urge, after Christmas, they want to take children to school. They run for money. And you know these money lenders, what they do, if you want 10 million, they can just give you immediately. Why? They're aiming at what you have. They are looking at your cows. They are looking at your national ID. They are looking at your land. Sometimes that's why I'm saying that they should have an issue a loan agreement. At which interest rate do you lend money? Which collateral and securities do you take? Those are the key things. Of course, that I was giving is I know we need to know from Moroto that if you want to borrow money, go to a licensed institution. If you want to money lending activities, please register your company. And on the side, we have flyers, and also we have in those flyers we have contacts. If you have any queries, ask today. If you have if you don't have any query now, you can have also contact us. Once again, I would like to thank Central Bank. Thank you so much for inviting us. Several times we have always wondered from the first invitation, when it clocks to the time or the date, again, another letter comes, they have postponed it. Again, another letter has come, but today, we want to thank God that today it has happened. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Arela wala ibuntal to mapping na humra. Ngetunga ngulu tunga ngedelinga. Lebo ko before taya. Ara ngetunga lugu ngulu mane etia ngedelinga ngulu kilipiyo ngedelinga ni ayetunga ngodani amani lenders. Apuka etama kana tara e kamar ngolo ekilmangan kauni altama pemiat ama kana yo anto anini anen apa na bota mar chama kan tay mani lendas ngulu ade lipan rango tanga de nga yala to aki jana rede ngaka dia ngona ka kudia ki jari ya dikon ngada ya ngade ngani na remote na umna kada e boko ina ni jana renga tunga nga karta ya ngona yon kon lubi yata ya kata na nga lupu kai kon tamara be ya karta na tingite mami nga chama kan tay ngona dang manilenda kengete mono ngi igutuba kitiete korina ka dele panar to anga dele nga altama umra ani kama ngi jawni nga altama alu ani jam lenda tolo ngulu etanga krongona alakara.
Thank you, Godfrey. Our next presentation is from Bank of Uganda, and the very first person who is going to make the presentation is none other than Dr. Deo Sande. The team come and tell you more about monetary policy, inflation, interest rates, and anything related to that. Again, 10 minutes.
QMC. All protocol observed. So broadly, we're beginning off with what does the Bank of Uganda do? The governor highlighted the fact that our mission is to promote price stability and a sound financial system in support of socio-economic transformation. Right. So in this context, we're beginning from what is monetary policy, which speaks to the first bit of our mission, price stability. So monetary policy is just a way the Bank of Uganda controls and influences the amount of money in the economy and also the interest rates, which is the money we borrow. That's just an overshot. So how does it do this? So let's take a seat and just look at this. Let's look at the top. Okay? So when the Bank of Uganda turns that tap to little water, that means we're having less money in the economy. So when we have less money in the economy, that says now, if we have, that means banks or all financial institutions unable to lend as much as they would love to. Okay? So turn the tap just slightly. Now, if they are happy and they feel the economy needs to grow faster, they will just open the tap, full tap. However, when that tap is opened, it comes with a price. Okay? That means we have too much money in the economy. Okay? So if we have too much money in the economy, that becomes that common animal called inflation. Okay? Inflation, which is simply saying you can no longer as much as you used to buy. If you used to buy Porsche or let's say sugar, you used to buy sugar at let's say because the tap was turned on and it has been turned on, you no longer kilo of sugar at 4,000, you have to buy it at maybe 6,000, which is not good for you and I, because now you has lost its value. The 4 no longer buy the sugar you ought to buy. Okay? So there is also the other aspect that we deal with. This is the interest rates. So the interest rates is simply the price at which you go to a financial institution, you're going to borrow money. So if you are borrowing, you have to pay that money back. So that's the interest rate here. Simply how much. So in times when let's say in its view thinks what I highlighted, it released the tap so much. So that means the prices have increased. So because increased, it says now this is becoming a problem. Let's start tightening the tap. The first thing they tend to do, they run to the interest rate. They say, you know what, let's increase the interest rate. So when the interest rates are increased, that means the people lending money reduce on the amount of money, or when they lend you, they ask for a higher price. That means a higher interest rate. Okay? So that's how the Bank of Uganda just plays around with this tap. Remember, we use a tap, and this tap releases what we call our money, which is our money supply. Okay? So we just pay, depending on what's happening in the economy, at is tightened, some point the tap is opened. That's an overview of what monetary policy is all about. So, however, now, there's one, that's the word what we call inflation. What's inflation? Inflation was simply saying we are looking at how prices are changing. Okay? So for instance, the Bank of Uganda as an institution has a mandate to keep the prices within at least 5, on average, in a period of around 2 to 3 years. Okay? So on average, that's a period of 2 to 3 years. The interest rates have to be, inflation has to be at least 5%. That's the target we have. Now, if we're talking about inflation, we're saying inflation, we are today, this is we're in March. How change between the prices we observed, let's say, last March and today? Okay? That is the change in the prices. That's the inflation aspect. However, to do it, there's somebody who's supposed to measure. And the institution that is responsible for measuring the changes in inflation, is the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. What does the Bureau of Statistics do? It goes out, carries out surveys, it comes to our markets, it comes to our hotels, to our schools, any institution around, it asks you, what, say if it is school fees, have your school fees changed? If they go to the markets, how much was this sugar? How much are you selling it? And they compare that, and then they calculate a figure which is our inflation. Okay? That's just the overview of what happens from the perspective. But if we also have to acknowledge this whole captures everything you and I consume or we buy. Okay? Start it, the drink, the clothes, the health services we're having, all that is captured in this measure. So that is the overview of what happens from the perspective of controlling inflation. And this is our core mandate as an institution. I thank you, Chair. And
Alakara, era ingedi Uganda. Ebuni tinga na Korea. Ingedi be apa tala ngida yang ngana kwa choma tamara tanga mo ngatanga na ina tamara kara alala kot editew na gunga ngedel ngida ke kela tunga editew na gunga ngedel nga so ke gele piongo mon tanang kara ngali pio yokan kapay ngitu inflation era mana Korea na pania angato awle edidi ne to ngedele nga ngiga tamare mana na jamta gija ede ya ngone ede ya uniyo nila tamare ge kinta nanga ngago na agogo ngun so ako nai agunga tama iti ya na ngona arai apita na kara lo dukulo tamar karai ya ke dukula huri adok be so ngi apita na Uganda Bureau of Statistics aka mana ya kaya ngedel nga anaka na ngatunga alakara.
Our next presentation is going to be on currency, and our presenter is none other than Vincent to serve representing the director currency. He's also going to use 10 minutes as a maximum.
Thank you, MC. I greet you all in your different capacities, and I thank the governor and the bank for organizing this town hall meeting, and I'm glad to be here. My name is Vincent Tusabe Mugisa, and I greet you and bring you greetings from Currency Department. That's one of the departments in the bank. And the bank entrusts the department to manage the money, or what we call the currency. Now, from the legal aspect, it's only Bank of Uganda that has the mandate to print and issue currency. Every country has its currency, and ours is Uganda shillings. We have it both in coins and notes. And therefore, anything that is not issued by the bank is just mere paper, and those are counterfeits. You've seen them. They are just photocopy imitations of the money, but they can never reach the money that you have, because every day the bank ensures that our money is secure. We take time to put security features that really make it stand out, so that you can tell that actually this is genuine money. We do, we print the money. That's after designing it carefully. We print it, we store it, we issue it, and we follow it to ensure that you have clean currency in circulation. So what we do is that when the money is to see what is dirty, and we retrieve it. And how do we do that? At the top, you have Bank of Uganda. Bank of Uganda has branches across the country to bring services closer to you. We have Mbale, for example, near you. We have Lira, we have Gulu, we have Arua. Then when you go to the central, you have Kampala, you have Masaka, you still have Jinja in the east. And then when you go to the west, you have Mbarara, you have Kabale, you have Fort. All those are put in place to ensure that the services, and this particular case, the money is closer to you. So, you have the across the country, and then we have our partners, mainly the commercial banks. So when you have the money in Bank of Uganda, the commercial banks come and transact with us. They make withdrawal. They take the money to banking halls for you to withdraw when you want it. And then when you want to deposit, you take the money to the commercial bank, deposit it, and then the commercial bank will deposit it with Bank of Uganda. So when the money comes back to us, then we process it to authenticate that actually what the commercial banks have brought in is genuine. And in that, we identify sometimes counterfeits. But I'm glad to mention that we have very few counterfeits in circulation, and it's all of us as the public to ensure that when you see the counterfeit, report it to police. It's a crime for someone to circulate a counterfeit, and if you let it pass, you could be the next victim. So make sure that once you see the counterfeit, report it to police so that the criminals are handled well. How will you know that it's a counterfeit? By you knowing what is genuine and that is what we issue. I'll show you a sample of this on paper. These are the banknotes that we have. 1,000 in blue is 5,000. Have the which is 10,000. You have 20. Thank you. 20,000 is red. The 50,000 is gold. Won an award when we launched the note globally, and that shows you how much time and effort puts in to design our notes. All represent Uganda. They are that really give an attachment to our country, and so we should be proud of our notes, handle them, because money, every could be a garden, it could be to go to the farm. That gate should be handled very well so that you give it value and keep it well. How do you keep? For those who have wallets, you can put in your note straight. If you don't have a wallet, but you just fold once, okay? Just and put it. The money is safe, not damaged, okay? These are some of the examples how money is spoiled. Some people, that's very wrong, and if we get you, it's an offense. Some people put money in socks, that's not good. Some people, when I was in Gulu for 5 years, and there we had a challenge where people would get the coins and they would hammer them. For some reason, I didn't know we were doing it, but it's wrong. Currently, we've been fighting this, where some people want to gift their loved ones flowers made out of money. This is totally wrong. You can put money in an envelope and you give it to you, but these days things, everyone has a phone and you have mobile money. Just send me more, send for lunch. That's how we should gift people. Now, how benefit to the money? You need to have a bank account with financial institutions. Why I emphasize that is that if you and you have you can safely keep it in the bank. I know it's a dry season, and as we wait for the rains, the and yesterday I saw as we came in, the bushes are being burnt. It's not just here, in many parts of the country, but a risk that you can burn your money, okay? So don't keep money with you. If you get the money to the bank account so that they keep it for you, there it becomes easy for you to even get clean money when you go to withdraw from the bank. We have a stall there. We shall share with you other security features of our money so that you appreciate and you understand more about. I thank you all, and may the good Lord bless you.
yang kartadia orang arajo angin dengan kontak kota agialah atau naik telongola Uganda kayak raya Uganda kilo ce ang aku pinang aja na ya raya Uganda itu tiere bocah kecam tak kelacor na tina aku pangan aja angin dengan lugu kak ngara ngedel ngalu kang ngori aku tunggu telenga balang itu yang kana Bank of Uganda ngani yikara mbale ya era ala kaya kana aku pangan Uganda inya kana do na di ngulu ko tawle ka tatiaka bana ngedel ngalu era ti otunga telenga ngulu ngulu kwa ngulu la yara the chen igor ko nyoto tinga tinga ngulu tianga ngulu ko tare ka kantai am nga jam nga tanga tunga yigi amun yo kalam ikro nge ngara pe bela kanta ngin ko penyai ngel nga lugu bi tara kana pakan to kana nyamuna nga Uganda ngule bete kitia te dadang ngel nga kirepete na do gid akena la chileta ya nga do kwai iki entola chileta so nga Uganda ba nya ete kona ngi shinya ngar nga kemiato ama kaid no mia so jo ngal nga ngulu nyana makara yati ngana makara akem alakara.
Thank you. Just remind you once again that in case you want a place of convenience, move the extreme left of this building, move until you find a standalone small building. That's what the place of convenience is. And in case you need water, the team from the hotel should be able to do that for you. Just let us know, we can give you water because we know it's getting hot. Our question is on national payments. Let me now take the pleasure of inviting Mr. Alex Ochan, who is representing the Director, National Payment Systems Department, to come out national payments. And again, a maximum of 10 minutes.
Go to your provider and you access your money. Another issue comes then if after that 6 months, you don't go to them, what happens? The law that we work on requires that these providers will then transfer that money to Bank of Uganda. Okay? Your money. Okay? If you have 60 years, you can still come when you're 67 and get your money. So that money is kept at Bank of Uganda for 7 years. Anytime you remember you had money on your account, you go to your provider, tell them this was my number, it had some money, I need my money. They will verify, write to Bank of Uganda will send that money to say MTN, Airtel, or Wave, and they give it back to another line that you provided. Of course, you need to have a national ID to be able to claim that money. Now, the other question then, after then 9 years, after the 7 years of the money being kept at Bank of Uganda, what happens? Now, if within that period, you've not come to claim your money, then that money is now transferred to a government account. It then becomes government money. Okay? You have up to 8 years and 3 months to get your money, which is a long period provided for you. I just needed to be clear on that because we normally get questions around mobile money. The second issue on mobile money has to do with complaints. How do you complain if you have a problem? Again, the first starting point is normal to go to your provider if you have a problem, either by going to their call center or customer care center, or calling them on the toll-free line. Now, if you complain and you're not satisfied, okay, with how they have resolved your problem, then the next step would then be for you to come to Bank of Uganda, either by calling us again or by writing to us. And at one point, we'll be able to provide maybe the relevant contacts. So that's the avenue for complaints handling. In some cases, we see people going day one, and in the afternoon, they're already calling Bank of Uganda that I was at this provider and my problem hasn't been resolved. The starting point normally is to start with your provider. So that's what we do in terms of mobile money. The other issue that we handle in National Payment Systems Department has to do with promoting access to financial services, which is called financial inclusion. I think the governor spoke about it, allowing everybody to at least access some kind of service, either payments, be able to make payments digitally, be able to access a loan, be able to send money, but also be able to save and invest. So what we do, we promote financial inclusion and we work with CAMS.
ala ka altama kona nguna man mane kiji katar kiji ngitunga ko ngadu ngata ngatomon mana kan kapei ngulu eneng dong tanga delinga mobile money ngarak ni dal toma ngarak mobile money al toma kan make tachit ke yibere bayo ta tacha karai kara lo dukan ko rikai ngarak mobile money kala toma Uganda ngitunga ngamilo ni ngatomon kan idi tiya ta mobile money ngatomon uni angarei amilo ngatomon uni angarei ingedi di tiete mobile money ala top ngulu chie mam ngi tiete so bang ede be agot wana to altoma Uganda gana no way kara bering bering aja kon no way ka ikata kan gija gidiro ngata ngulu ka bank ko ngulu nga bank ya ko ngulu mobile money ata market de teoto ngedel nga ngulu tubio aray ki gele yo bore ko rike bay kon ke krai ci tungan ko kistiat ya dia tungan ay ko ginay aka gestar nga sim card kon so ke chaka yong iton nabiya ko ginay ala mana kon sim card khari man kon delinga balang edinay ibere na yaje ka yong ar ko na idi ngedi ngini so tamang ni tor ko ID kon ko tere patan ya idi mana kon ni sim card ara ke chaka yo den ko delinga ara ke chaka ya kon sim card kidonga sim card koni mampa tia yongo ngela pion kan ko mon kori arai kidonga ngangulu kare pe karu anitunga anite ana sim card ngana mampa itanjo ngangulu ko deke chaka yong dong wapu yong ngangulu tamara chakara sim card kan ka delenga ingada ngel ngangulu ngela pio ngada ngangulu anadim kon kori ana sim card koni ngela pio ngi karung kan kare ngada tai an kala nyerin karu kan kare ngada tanga ngule mamur yo nya bora bunye buno mulu tarawtu mulu ka apukan balang ngebe ngiche tunga ena itani kera jakarta na sim card ya uni bura to
here to help the public in opening up accounts, because if you don't have an account for now, you will not be able to invest or to lend to government to be able to make a return. We are working on a project where you will now be able to buy or invest with government through mobile money. But that has not yet started. But very soon, for those that have mobile money accounts, you'll be able to lend to government and be able to get a return. So you need to open up a CSD account with one of the banks that are present in Moroto, and after or when you have that CSD account, you'll be able to lend to government and earn a return. So how much do you need? The minimum amount is 100,000 for you to be able to start investing. So if you can mobilize 100,000, then you are able to start lending to government and earn a return. So instead of keeping the 100,000 in your mattresses, or you could actually put it or lend it to government and start earning a return. The money that you put in your house does not earn anything. It is as good as a piece of paper. But if you invest, if you lend this money to government, then you'll be able to earn a return. So for as little as 100,000, you're able to invest. And anyone can invest as an individual, but also if you have a group, if you have a circle, or if you belong to a circle. Someone spoke about being part of artisan miners. So if you have an association as artisan miners, you can mobilize savings and lend to government and earn a return on those funds. So I encourage groups. I know that we have women groupings, we have market groupings. So if there's a grouping that you belong to, I would encourage you to consider putting some of your savings in government securities or government bonds and treasury bills. So we have treasury bills which are short term, and for this, you would lend to government up to a maximum of 1 year. So you could lend for 3 months, you could lend for 100, you could lend for 364 days. Meaning that you will give up that money and the government will hold it for 3 months. At the end of the 3 months, they will give you back that money with interest. Or you could give it to government for 6 months or 1 year. So that is a treasury bill. It's short term. It lasts for a maximum of 1 year. Then we have treasury bonds, which are long term. They could go up to 20 years. So you can lend to government for 20 years. But in that period, you will periodically be paid interest. And at the end of the 20 years, you'll get back your initial investment. So, for instance, for purposes of illustration, you will lend to government by buying a 2-year bond. So, you give the 1 million to government through the Bank of Uganda, because the Bank of Uganda is the agent of government. After 6 months, if that bond, if you lend to government at 10%, let's say, then it means that for 1 year, you'll earn 100,000 as interest. But after 6 months, they'll give you 50,000. And then after another 6 months, at the end of the first year, you'll get another 50,000. So this is running for 2 years. So it means that after 6 months, you'll get 50,000 as interest, and at the end of the 2 years, you will get back your 1 million that you initially lent, and then you'll get the final 50,000. So over the 2 years, you'll have earned 4 interest payments and gotten back your 1 million that you initially lent to government. So it's a very good way of earning a return on excess funds that you may have. So some of the benefits of lending to government is that, first of all, you're diversifying, you're spreading your eggs. You don't want all your eggs in one basket. So if you have a boda or you have some animals, you can also have treasury bills, or you can lend to government. But also, it assures you of a regular income. Government is government, and it guarantees, Bank of Uganda on behalf of government guarantees to pay you back when the coupon or when the payment is due. You do not have to come to Huntington to ask back for your money. They will just pay it automatically. So it is a guaranteed regular payment that you receive. And then you can actually use that you've extended to government as collateral to now be able to get a loan or to borrow. So you can borrow against that investment. So I would strongly urge you to consider investing in treasury bills. And it is safe. I know that some of us lend to our friends and relatives and family members, and then the relationship is broken. But this one is assured. Even when you have, say, rentals, sometimes, you have problems collecting the rent. But for the time that government has been issuing treasury bills for over 40 years, not a single day did they fail to pay. So you are assured of being repaid. So thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you invest or lend to government and being able to get a return. Thank you.
Ada ngoleh buntal tamadu ngacang na treasury bills and bonds. Erai adu ngacang na ikichama kin yongo ak ngadang belenga. Uli emang mengidi tia yong. Orang lu pada ete. Koter na ita tachi ya bukan. Kaya dengan cek diama. Ani mungkin yong ada kata cek no yong agi diama ya kon ya uniyo. mam ngara na ngule boko lo ya ke mecha to ngana banga mal ya to ra nga dia ma jam tan ka de nga era di ki wa kan ta de ka kan ta ni ana nga pak na be ta jere yong adulu ngel nga ni ana nga pak na ta jere adulu ngel nga ni ana nga pak na ta jere to lu tu bon mam tar nyol tu ya ngeta ngeta ni ya tamare ala to mana bonga del nga lu ki ya tar ya account na CSC naga mana bonga del nga lu ki ya tar ya account na CSC naga ipedu ya los na bank ki ja tare loan ngolo ki ni ya bukan kotare to pedara tie dio bere to di mana bonga chete di mana bonga chete ki dia mal to manga nga lu pe lugu so bana ngedebe pedro tara ngara ke na lu ape mi ata boni tan ni tan nga lu alak ni tan nga lu alak ni jam ti ngara nga to ma CSC account tare ngedel nga ape mi at elifa mi ata lugu wagi ni na CSC account kon to na ke ata na gu wagi ni na CSC account kon to na ke ata na yi ala to ma gi dia mana ke na ni yapkan alakara.
Thank you very much. Our very last presentation is going to be on agricultural credit facility, and the small business representation is none other than Saron Antongo Mubuke from the Bank of Uganda, and she's going to tell you more on how you can access the SCF loans. Sarah, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much. We are here today to enlighten you more about the Agricultural Credit Facility and the Small Business Recovery Fund. In the morning, earlier on, when we are asking people to tell us what they expect, Judith from Moroto highlighted that she wanted to know how Bank of Uganda wants to help Karamoja and the relationship between Bank of Uganda and the government programs, and how we can get the money to Karamoja. And another person, Peter, also wanted to know how he can access the small loans. And then the focal person of the artisanal miners also told us that he wanted to know how the community of miners can benefit from Uganda. Here today, we are here to communicate in a more practical way, address these issues. Now, when we come to the Agricultural Credit Facility, it is it's a public-private partnership between the government of Uganda and the regulated financial institutions, and these, as well as regulated financial institutions, and these, as well as Bank of Uganda. These regulated financial institutions that we are talking about include commercial banks, credit institutions, and microfinance deposit-taking institutions. We also have, although Bank of Uganda does not regulate Uganda Development Bank, it is also part of the financial institutions through which these funds are accessed. And it was established to help people involved in agriculture improve the quality of their production, modernize value addition and mechanization. But today, we are seeing it coming down to even the monies to invest in smaller projects that require money links. In this arrangement, Bank of Uganda is the fund administrator, and we administer the fund Uganda. And the operations of the Agricultural Credit Facility are governed by the Memorandum of Agreement, which was last amended in today it's still under review, and we are looking, engagements like this enable us to get more information from the public that will enable us to incorporate issues, the public, and have the scheme revised to better suit your needs. Now, when we talk about the Agricultural Credit Facility, there are people who are eligible. We have individuals. You could be an individual and you could access you can access these funds. You can be a partnership, maybe a husband and wife, or as the siblings or family members. They can come together and access these funds under the Agricultural Credit Facility. In addition, you can find that you have registered a company. A company as well can access funds under this facility. And what do we finance? We finance all activities along the agricultural value chain, from land opening. If you have a bush and you want to first clear it, we can give you money to clear the bush and be able to use the land for agriculture. We have irrigation facilities, post-harvest handling equipment, people who want to buy biological assets. We have noted that the people in Karamoja region are largely cattle keepers. If you want to buy cattle, improved breeds of cattle, this is financeable under the agricultural credit facility. When you talk about post-harvest handling equipment, we've also noted that most people in this area also are engaged in grain trade. Grain is facilitated and it can be financed under the agricultural credit facility, the grain trade component of that. I want to tell you more about the salient features, the key features that you have to look out for under the agricultural credit facility. I've told you there are two components. There is one for the general agricultural credit facility, and then there is that one that mainly deals with the grain trade. Now, when we talk about the general agricultural credit amount is 2.1 billion Uganda shillings, and the maximum allowable time that you can have this money is 8 years. We also have a grace period, a period in which you can you can be having the money, but you have not yet put it to active use so that it can earn maybe a return. And that time we call it a grace period. But this grace period, you're paying interest. It is not that you're paying nothing. You're paying interest. That's why we are calling it a grace period. Under the normal agricultural credit facility, the maximum allowable grace period is 3 years. The minimum loan period is 6 months, and the signature interest rate is 12% per annum. Why am I emphasizing the 12%? It's because there are very many products in financial institutions, but when you go and you really want to get the agricultural credit facility, it should not exceed 12% per annum. Converted to monthly terms, this is 1% per month. This is a very low interest rate, and we really want people from Moroto and the entire Karamoja region to take advantage of this. There are charges that are usually attached to these facilities, and they are called maybe processing fees, arrangement fees, organizational fees, whatever name the financial institution may choose to use. These funds, these charges should not exceed 0.5% of the total loan amount. And when you access these funds, the government of Uganda does not attach any interest to the monies that the government of Uganda portion that is extended to you through under the normal credit facility. Uganda contribution for any loan, if you bank, is 50% on both sides, but if you access it through finance deposit taking institution, and that from the financial institution. Now, when we came to it was around 2016 when there was a bumper harvest of grain. The government of Uganda realized that there was a lot of wastage of grain, and they came up with an initiative to salvage the wastage by creating the agricultural credit grain trade facility. And this is extended to people involved in mainly aggregation of grain, the grain traders. And these grain traders can access a maximum of 10 billion Uganda shillings, and the loan is extended to them for a maximum period of 2 years. There is no grace period under this arrangement, and the minimum loan period is 6 months. However, the interest rate under this arrangement is 15% per annum, and the chargeable facility fees, arrangement fees, processing fees are capped at 0.5% of the total loan amount. Now, regardless of the institution you access these funds through, the government of Uganda contribution is 50%, and the financial institution will also contribute 15%. While we are talking about the things that are financeable, there are activities that the agricultural credit facility does not finance. The first of all is that the agricultural credit facility does not finance purchase of land. That one should be very clear, that if you want to buy land, please do not come for this facility, for this loan. Then the government of Uganda, the SCF and Agricultural Credit Grain Trade Facility does not finance planting of trees. However, this is under consideration given the green movement, and a motion to have it considered Ministry of Finance, and it is under consideration. But as of now, we are not able to finance planting of trees. Then refinancing an existing credit facility, although it is agriculture in nature, that is not allowable under the current. The last one that we do not finance is trade. If you want to do any form of trade, it is not financeable save for the trade in grain. And the grain we are talking about maize, simsim, beans, soya bean, and other pulses under that arrangement. Now, before I talk about the small business recovery fund people, annual turnover ranging from up to a maximum of 10 million Uganda shillings, and ranging between 10 million and 300 million Uganda shillings, and the number of people employed, at least 2 people, and a minimum of a maximum of 49. And the salient features under the Small Business Recovery Fund is that you can access a maximum of 200 million shillings. The loan period is a maximum of 4 years. The minimum loan period is 3 months. The grace period is a maximum of 1 year. And the interest rate is at 10% per annum, fixed throughout the loan period. The facility fees are still capped at 0.5% of the total loan amount, and the government contribution is 50. We all contribute in equal amounts, whether you're accessing the fund through the commercial bank, credit institution, or microfinance deposit-taking institution. Repeat borrowing under this arrangement is not permitted, so it is a one-shot, one-kill arrangement, and repayment of existing loans, refinancing an existing facility under this arrangement is permitted. Meaning that if you have a loan that went bad or that is threatening to go bad, and you can use this money, it is allowed to use the Small Business Recovery Fund money to add part of it to settlement of the loan, and then the other part to add capital to your business and be able to run smoothly and improve your business. But which businesses are eligible under the Small Business Recovery Fund? The businesses that we are talking about are any other business that is not agricultural in nature, and this might be, if you have a shop, artisanal miners, you can really access this fund, Small Business Recovery Fund. If you are a border rider, or if you have a garage, if you have a small business, maybe you're selling in a market, a retailer, if you want, just name it, any other business that you are looking at that is not agricultural in nature, it can be considered under the Small Business Recovery Fund. And what are the requirements? Under the 2 facilities, the requirements are similar. First of all, you need to have a relationship with your financial institution. What do I mean by a relationship? Starting with a bank account. How many of you here have bank accounts? We already have people. I can see people who are going to get money starting tomorrow, starting to apply. I can see people who are going to get money. To get this money, you need to have a bank account. So if you don't have a bank account, it will be very difficult to get this money. Go start a relationship with your bank. We are told we have Centenary Bank here with us. We have Stanbic Bank. We also have Post Bank. Has Post Bank reported anyway? I have not yet seen them. But we have Post Bank in this area, and they are very active under both schemes. So you can start by opening up an account with those financial institutions. Number 2, you need a bankable proposal. What do I mean by a bankable proposal? You need to have a business that is going to have cash flow that will be able to repay. Remember, this is a loan. It is not a grant. When we give you this money, we expect it to be repaid. So when you get when you apply for this loan, please ensure that you're going to pay. And they are going to ask you for a credit reference bureau report, and this tells us about your history. If you've ever borrowed, and if you've borrowed and not paid, we are able to see from this document. Then they will ask you if you have registered collateral. Then they will ask for valuation report, spousal consent, but most importantly, the farm records or business records. These are going to be required. And as I conclude, I have a lot to say, but I'm going to summarize with these 4 points. One, if you are to access this loan and you go to financial institutions, make sure you request for a document called the Key Facts document, because this document will summarize the terms and conditions and help you to get that real product that you want to get, because there are so many duplicate products in all these financial institutions. So if you ask for the Key Facts document, it is a one-pager, a sheet like this with summarized information concerning the loan or facility that you want to take. So make sure you get it and look out for the interest rate. Be able to understand that it is 12% if it is normal credit SCF. If it's grain trade, it's at 15%. If it is a small business recovery fund, it's at 10%. That one you should know. Number two, we have received complaints about financial institutions that are not cooperative in this area. Like when borrowers want to get this facility, they always give them alternative products. Please insist on what you want. We have at the information desk, we have our flyers, one for agricultural credit facility and another small business recovery fund. Please make sure you get a copy of these brochures so that you can know about these facilities and you're not derailed and given another alternative product. Number two, when you are called upon to guarantee a loan and you're not sure of the person for whom you are required to guarantee, please don't guarantee for people you don't believe will pay. So be very keen and don't sign documents when you don't understand the content therein, because if you guarantee a loan and you're not sure of that person's character, they will most probably default and you'll be required to repay that loan. Number three, I said I have 4. In case you have taken this loan and you encounter challenges that you failed to pay because maybe the season was not good, for any other reason, please don't go into hiding. Approach your bankers, don't allow them to look for you. Approach your bankers, explain your position, and under the memorandum of agreements, there is something called rescheduling of loans. You are allowed to get a flexible arrangement in repayment. Either they reduce the loan installment that you have to pay, or they will give you a longer period to pay the loan. But please don't go into hiding, because when you go into hiding, the bank will recall the entire loan, and then you have to look for alternative forms of payment, or they might seize the collateral you pledged. And the last issue that I want to communicate is that we now have an SCF help desk under the publicity and customer support, and this is the number that you can call during working hours. The number is 0800 144 044. The number is 0800 144 044. Thank you for your attention, and we submit. Arakara. Thank you.
Era ingeduna na pidang na ka SCF kori agricultural credit facility Altama Bank of Uganda aranglo ne lungule ya wontai agitogulun ketak Altama Uganda ngina ngare arake de ngara kenen ketaka agitopolo na ketekatare ikwa kara igialnor de giyo kara atama de kara amaide kara angede uri angakan ikngara gini yelon logo ale mon ngi kebe ngulu ajwa kangulu idi buzyo huwa kana maide to man to gelna joko e pak ngata joko ay burani abodan ngana chie ngedel ngalugu pedur taraya nakene iyo pe tungana bon akitiya akatare kon kare ngamiloni ana tanga tomoni yare ingede ke nagino alu tungana pedur tag jawn lo nyolugu arai pe tungana biri ag jawn ipedur tarak jawn kwa iyo ikila beru kori nkai toto pedur tag jawn lon logo kitiyata akatare kech kori ko kampun yakatari kampun ngolo de ke yakatari yong ipedur ag siyo kon kampun ngolo ak jawn ayeti ak jawn lon logo Altama Bank of Uganda nget ibon na yele epedur ya banga kitacha Altama ngolo nyolugu ikede ngara ngi yongo ake de mar ngakon loop ngulel go ake tare ik ngara ni otar da go nai ala to ma ake chwai kare ko ni mon kor ik le meken ngama di mo na be da chwai ko ni mon kor ngina ngawni etingen ngakon na tapeti epitongale etingtere bore kare le munya ala mana kauken kara etingtere ngi mua koria ko arna ngi boru kit ngara ko ngama shina ngana de yalta ma akatengi borni lemunti yong alaman ko ko kara ngi mua ko ake de kede kara khanyum ko de lo kede lo to mana yenge de ngalu gani jaw na bank ngapi na ko tata microfinance emam kitubo ngi yong ak diama ngona itachi yong ara ki jaw yelo ngolo ibon na boy sinam ni tiete kechi erai alle man ngi de nga ko da na ki yelo ngolo pedri ya gel ngalu mam ki na yongulu kori ay na ki yonga de nga ko de lon ngolo pedri ya ma kitam jo kara ka do pon to ki na yelo ngolo kon ngolo na ita ba ngi di idi ay no kana kechi apukan achama ki ni kechi ay na ngi to ngolo nyongulo du pereng ita du pereng to na ba ngi nga yo yang akro lo parliament acha ba ka chawka chamar ba apukan nai e patanga nga ngulu so ina atama ay rura ngakro na la bi dali munda da wana keda na ya bunga teleme namba ngolo ba ngi ngolo ka pidi kech ki yana la kam tiani na to mangalo nyongulo ya uni abank lugu era namba e bolo kan kauni e bolo ipe ngomon e bolo ngomon abon kinabo e bolo kan kauni e bolo ipe ngomon e bolo ngomon lakara.
Thank you. Our very last presentation is going to be on bank supervision. I know many of us are wondering how these banks are licensed, supervised and regulated. But also from the expectations that we took in the morning, people were trying to gauge the relationship between the Bank of Uganda and small financial institutions such as the microfinances. The microfinances, Umra spoke about them, but want to speak about the supervised financial institutions and the of Bank of Uganda. Gabriel Lometo, our very own from the soil here, to come and make the presentation in the local language. And Gabriel, maximum of 10 minutes.
Alakarno way kwana pe de kalimu ngi raka kro Lometo Gabriel area ngo kadmo jongait loko kuyane pe anige etia ngo na bank na Ghana be ko na Bank of Uganda to mana pin ngine be ko supervision ane be ko supervision arai akmane man ngabanka nguna chichik alakarno way protocol observed. In the interest of time, let me go straight to the presentation. Yobe ko yakamane man nga banka ngona che Bank of Uganda ngida bank ngina Apolon ngina kolo abu apukan Maria Pukanda bon, ya buku ne beko ya constitution. Ngidi kolong abutem. Karato ya bank ngina Apollon, ngina ra totoke nga bank ada adang, aloto ma akwap na Uganda. So, bukola bukan kuwake a bank ne beko na Bank of Uganda. Ngidi to na imani mani nga bank anguna iche. Abaleka nyua ke mani man. Ke bua bank ne buni na kwa pakara kaiche. Kodi che tungana na loto ma Uganda ngine bala kaburta ngari a bank. Amagana ke pot na pith kodi na Bank of Uganda. Enagana wa ke akartad ngine be ko ya license kitiya e business ngolo ka bank. Ani tiya ngine business ngolo etamari ro ka wa ngedi yonga e yakare wa ngekedela kama kichiketa una maike na yoto tupite. Ndi tiya yong aloto ma Uganda nege. Ikedulu ya chamtai amada na krenga tungwa ya chamtai ke bu tungwa na gdia on ngedelenga nege kera ki yakar tuan ngedelenga to mana bank ana ibuli tungwa na tamara homer mon ka delenga ngara kinori le temi yo be meta ngedelenga ya chamta ba berengini so kero ko no wa tamar bongono ki yo ngakrono ki ngeda wa yo no da dang eke na kena ya kartal tamara yonga apenai tarnagri arana di lomari yong lagi di kitiat ama nagri arana area wa pe kidi abarwa ne be ko ngina ngai ani ege mamu kere ngi kizo mitini lala ke to ma bank ebu mara ngi tangara na che kisani ngati pe kenak ni ngedelenga ani kisani ngai yong uara karta ya no kenak ni ngedelenga alo nyara ngaru ngakudo itoketa ata mari yong mam nyiti ya yo no ajok ata mari ko kanane ngoni kila muntu yo ngako no lup kuwa ke arai ngedi idia ondori yo ngedelenga ibuni abank to giala ani yemi yo adio gidi ngara ata marai nga ba yo kisani nga so e ponta avua e pokode tupuni avanga bankano go ata marionga amo yo abarwana ngore na kene yo atelon atori pikiri avua tori pikin naik turiya mana kere karata mar kibu yo toli mo ke tungana nga krono yokno kidi akari tiyong ketupe ro yo tadi ntamare ko kini yo di akari ai ko kini yo modi kire tungana ni ai so ara akimani mane lo ko ni ngolo kata mar ta ona e ponto ngotongwa kwa yanga krono ko tenu wa PDM ngoni anogo no ngoni awone dia pukan nogo kata mar na bana wanda da ndege ama na kenak ne delinga PDM ani lodi yo na bank nyama ke na bank tema da woni ngedelinga ama ke na a bank to yini atamar ngetonga lo pote lo lo mu ngedelinga mwangi nen ngedelinga lo mu ne tadanga mwangi nen so nyama ke na tamara ya da woni ngedelinga so ani ponyo wa ponyo la do ripika na atamar ngedelinga moronga yagari ala to manni yogo no bakra ngedelinga ngulu ara ke mani mana ngina ko ni ngina ngidi pono no wa ngaru anu ye bore be ko yo technology ibore ne ba da mu gui cyber security ngaru anu be ko yong be lemun yong ko ngedelinga anaiti anazim yagi yari yong ngedelinga period dara dia oni lon azim ngaru anu ella kan ko kola lo to ma ibore be ko technology ebuni to wanan ani ba yogi dia ngedelinga lo mun to lo lai ni kon ani ka lo mot na gini yo karama gini yo to ani azim yonga alo mot ngedelinga lo ko de lu na itiko ni ngara na ginyak amada na kan ngatunga So elonyo bana bank atamare ya ibaba yo kisi eto wanane azim agdi ona ngidelenga koda grum ton ko delenga kitama yo atamara bawa an boke bo ko lanta de ma eto ane delenga nyanu bongo gini yo. So ara doa to bongo ga bank tem kotara kisi azim wagen ta doa ni karage padlock ya ni punguoi lunye pedore eto wanan adamare to wanan ngidelenga bari pikina dare ngona kero kwa one wa atamare mamete ngipunguwe wode padlock alu wagin tere neni rumi wa bank ngene jok toy pa atamara yonga pagu wagi yonge tulu gure ga nyacha muni wa yong agiti yang adi mana ko tere ngitonga aiche na ga agro no ra no to peta wa no mani manere alala ka kire ngo tunga kwa na pete ka ba gori ang lunyo lo zolo bukul lunye yenda agro ko alala ki yakari yongo ndelenga to mana bank do to tuni ki yo epite lakini keburti ya keburare adio kiding yango pekintin to na di burare te na pidi kodi ngide ya mak na yong keburaw e ka to gni ya keburake na bank atamare ya iko tanga krono yanga krono ka bilginta kona koro ko ya atamare mam nyo bongo kino kodi be go yo te ka nga ke joketa no epitala ronon ya pidi na mak na yongo kripoti nga yanga krono ya nga krono na pil ko de to pakini odowa paka to kurnoi na gidi ara na gidi di kara ko tere ngara gina ngete ngetongwa kana o ya ka ro banga banka no maeken ele kitiyata mere ka nga banka ara dang yina pana ne ala ka ngetongwa bale ya ka ra de nga ngi chamit o mungi de nga do akai do kinyak kana kidiyama no ta ka ba muze jane iya banka no ara no waken ta ba no be ko etopeta wa pori mani wa kedi nga banka no be ko yo ta commercial bank kedi ta Stanbic Centenary Bank Post Bank alo Moroto anege abanga ngawuni ya lakini iya kaze ngona che na kwa pere ngona che ata Equity Bank ata Absa ata ngai wani chalulo to no kampala maga iya nga banka ngona mani wa ngona yana pe group la nga banka ngona tabari ngwe edidi akawadio iboko keje group credit institutions yakaze ngona mamete takola nege yakaze lo waye lakini ani moye polo ya kwa pedol na ngune tikitanege eje group iboko MDI microfinance deposit taking institutions eje group na bolo do chingolo so ye group la dang mani wa group olu yana bo group lo iboko forex ngeto ngwano ani yakari yongo ndelenga ka ba yo to poro no ko pang muvugui ebe ko yo nyisi yaro bang ndelenga Uganda no ko pang muvugui so maana yo gulo chugo ndelenga gara na dollar ko de Kenya ne pe ne lo to ya mudata ne ke ba yo do gele bore du lo mari lo waye mamu nyisi yaro ndelenga Uganda nyisi yaro ndelenga Kenya so ye bore be ko forex ngeto ngwalo lo chote ndelenga ngulda to peta alwa to pari ola da mara yo ngwa lo chumori yo ndelenga kwai modana gini yo ngotongwa ngedelenga lo rumiti yolu ara kere ngedelenga ko de ngedelenga lu chelu lu nyara ngedelenga jok atopita vanga korongona da dang ye gurbulo be ko large circles na bana ye ne mortone lo be ko yo wazalendo lo la ankai lo e pe sako lo ngare do ado topagna lo koni ngolo yangi chena ko pringona chi polo kono woyi ya dar ke dang ngedelenga lu ko ala yena we che gurbulo be ko isi arabi agron teta elimuni to ana anege ye bore be ko credit reference bureaus kilgidia yo lona na bank ye yo dongo ko ni karata mana itengena adamar abungoni ate kidia ngedelenga na bank an lo yo I check din ko iki piyo ya ka ta ngedelenga ka bank ngen idongi chabo lo to mana pidina na credit reference bureau adamar abungoni ate kidia ngedelenga nyatacha an lo dio na banka che teme yo be kidia ngedelenga kama ibuni banka ya tori pikya aitena na daga beina ko na adamar nyidi ko ngoni ki buyo kidia ngedelenga ka banka che iki piyo ka touch mamu kini yo ngedelenga so atopita bada ke vita marai tanga katangae girito da to mata mar ko ndo ngedelenga yo kuno na ikira adamar ngoni ate nyata changa ngedelenga ani ara ki yakatari ke vi ngakrono arano di kara alo to ma ne ni ke to pagni bada marai ke korek tinga kini ge to bagni ne ge jok ati ngoni ke bungo data che ke lon mamu nyo bagin to alo to ma ku dite Anara ke buache bank ngeta itu wani ngeta garange delinga ke butu wani ngitembe alo dia ngedelinga ka bank ache. Do pone ne geta marai benyi round ati ngedelinga. Mikio to ane delinga kidin kongen. Eko bo di karanga koronu ya katare ne. Ke diara credit reference bureaus. Edit ya ka no way. A chameti ekali pakere a tapapa atamar. Iya Bank of Uganda ga ngarake ngetonga. Ekudoko ngetonga no way lu yene te crea atamar. Iya crea bank na ara na bonit ake ngarake ngetonga alotoma epite wala ngedele ngada dang. Uroro ngetonga nege makrono ACF. Uroro ngetonga lucha ne epite lo treasuries. Uroro Bank of Uganda ngidi crea bank na ara na be kingarake ngetonga. Ngidira untere kwa logo nege na kolo kita naga alakara no way ya da ponare nege no way todo bite na kidi atobongo no kidi na bibagana ki yakadi dro no arano bayo kikeu do ito bongo kin ala nga to bongo ngede da nege na bibagana ngal alakara no way ara ka kakro lo meto logo kidi pay auto ma karimo jonga nege ejo.
Thank you very much, our very own Gabriel, for speaking in the local language and making a presentation on bank supervision. Mr. Governor, sir, we've been joined by the Deputy Resident District Commissioner, Moroto District, Mr. Tuko Justin Sam, who is seated next to you. And will be the one to officially close this town hall meeting and move a vote of thanks. But also just to let you know that you may not see members of the district council here because they have a council sitting today. So they send you apologies, and I'm sure he'll talk about it more in his closing remarks. We've also been joined by the Executive Director, Legal Services. We normally call her General Counsel, Margaret Kasule from Bank of Uganda. Anything to do with all legal services at the Bank of Uganda, she's the lady. Issues of malicious damage, criminal trespass, I don't know those things, but counterfeit money. Because she sees you making counterfeit money in Karamoja, she might go with you to Kampala. So please be notified that she's around. And then we've been joined by Mr. Opolot John Bosco, who is representing North Karamoja Diocese. Opolot John Bosco. And very lastly, by way of introduction, we have Kezabu Sarah, together with Joseph Isabirie from Credit Info. They are seated over there, and they are more than ready to give you a credit report if you want it now. And earlier on, I told you that we had another credit reference bureau, which is Metropole, which is also already here with us. So Adrian and Caesar are here. We are going to go to transition to a more interactive session, but before that, I request us to stand up while the DJ prepare something for us. DJ, get ready as the people prepare to stand up so that I will tell you what is going to come next. And when we are talking of standing up in the local language, we say Tonyout Mono Wadio. Kindly stand up. Kindly stand up. Okay, DJ, let's go. Stretch a bit. You can stretch a bit. Don't move, but stay where you are. Feel free to stretch. We've been seated for a very long time. Needed to take. We may get seated. Okay, next on the program is the question and answer session. And this is how we are going to do it. We are going to take a round of 5 questions, and the governor will decide who will answer what. Fortunately, Mr. Governor, sir, from Bank of credit info, we have UMRA, we have UBRA, we have CMA, and they are all here to answer any question which could be within their line of duty. And we also have commercial banks. Centenary Bank is here, more than ready to answer any questions to do with Centenary Bank. Stanbic Bank, the manager is seated over there, and she's more than ready to answer any questions concerning Stanbic Bank. So if you have any question regarding the services offered by Stanbic Bank, Christine Rose Asalo, who is the manager, is here to answer those questions. Thank you so much for coming, Christine. You confirmed yesterday that you would come, and indeed you have come, and thank you so much, people from Centenary Bank. Post Bank, still not yet here. Post Bank, are you here? Not yet here, Post Bank, because those are the three financial institutions. So whoever has a contact for Post Bank, please whisper to them that the governor could ask them to show cause why they are not here, so they had better come here because they expected to be here. So now we are going to take questions. I will advise that for written questions, we have Ralph over there, Ralph Akorabirungi. In case you have written questions, please give them to him. On that note, Ralph, I also want you to help me with the microphone. Please come over. Ralph Akorabirungi works within the Communications and Public Relations Department at the Bank of Uganda and is a seasoned MC. Today he has offered support in this cause. Thank you so much. So for the questions that are going to be asked verbatim, once I pick you, Ralph will give you a microphone, and then you can mention your name and ask strictly one question. For the written questions, bring as many as possible. We'll make sure that the questions are answered. And I'm going to pick the hands on behalf of the governor, and once we have finished submitting, I will hand over the microphone to him so that he can guide on how we can go about the answering bit of it. So who is going to ask the very first question? Oh, there's a lady just next to you. Ralph, please. Your name and one question.
Thank you so much. My name is Alexandria, and my question is to the gentleman who talked about monetary policy. I forgot the name. My question is, does Bank of Uganda monitor price fluctuations on a regular basis, or it's the mandate of Uganda Bureau of Statistics? Do you rely on their information, or you also have a unit that does that monitoring? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next question, put up your hand, and Ralph will bring the microphone to you. In the case, okay, we could... There's a hand over there. Ralph, your name and question. There's a lady here. Ralph, just behind you. Okay, you could start with that, then you come back here.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It's my pleasure to introduce myself. My name is Longole Palma. Mine is, does Stanbic Bank as a CCV key to protect online transactions? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. A lady here, Ralph, and okay, and the gentleman. Start with the lady in blue, and then the gentleman in blue.
Thank you. My name is Lily Jennifer Akongo. I have been a student for a while, and most of our banks where we pay tuition is not here in Karamoja. An example is the Habsa Bank, where sometimes I personally go to Centenary Bank to transfer my tuition to Habsa using EFT. And I am always charged about 15 to 20,000. I feel this is very high for a student to handle the charges. I thought there is a system where banks just transfer resources with very minimal charges on the person transferring. Thank you.
Your question is heard. Gentleman in blue, just behind over there.
Makabuku, my name's. There were many presenters. I have 4 questions for each of them. So limiting to one may leave the other presenters not answering any question. My request is there were many presenters, and I have 4 questions, one for each presenter. So I may not surface again. Number 1 question is 40 years on the road. Where was Bank of Uganda to come to Karamoja? What could have been a problem? That is for the governor.
Thank you.
I am asking each presenter. Number 2, treasury bonds and bills. The average interest for business loan in any commercial bank lies between 22 to 27%. Why should government charge only 10% for the interest of any individual who wants to transact with the government, other than transacting the accepted 25-27%?
Okay, can we give a chance to another person to ask as well, sir? Those are 2 questions.
That is treasury
I'd
bond.
asked for 1. So kindly.
You gave us many presenters.
Okay, summarize, then we can have the next person to
Yes.
ask.
The other question is, you control our currency, and we were told that our money is safe in the Bank of Uganda, well protected. But we were told 60 billion Uganda shillings was stolen from Bank of Uganda. Is it a rumor, or the governor can...
The governor is going to respond on that as well. Can you kindly stop at that, and we give a microphone to another person?
You control our currency. That's the currency man. Is it true that 500 million fake money was found in one of our banks, and how did it come?
We have all the answers.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ralph, kindly pick the microphone and give it to the lady here, and she's going to be the very last lady to ask in this session. We'll take the second round in the local language. So those of you who cannot ask in English, the second round of questions will be in the local language.
Thank you very much for the privilege to ask my question. My question is basically about... Yes?
Your name?
My name is Nyangan Grace. Nyangan Grace. So currently what I'm seeing about our currency is it has lost value. I'm relating the Ugandan money to the dollar, whereby $1 US dollar is 3,700 Uganda shillings right now if you try to research. So I'm asking for if there are any measures or any alternatives to give value to our money. Because right now we talk of the 50,000 note having value, but just open that note by removing 1,000, everything disappears. So what measures do you have for our money that we may have better value of the Ugandan money? Because other countries to be benefiting and getting more.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over the microphone to the governor's representative, and we have first answer these questions, and then we'll take another round in the local language. As the answers, Godfrey will be translating.
Thank you very much, MC. And thank you very much for being a very good audience. The questions that have come through just indicate that you've been very attentive. I'm going to distribute the questions that have come through. The first one was from Alexandria. It was on monetary policy, and he wanted to know whether Bank of Uganda actually monitors the changes in prices, or whether they leave it to UBOS to do it for them. And then the next question is any measures put in place by Bank of Uganda to improve the value of currency. And I request Dr. Deo Sande to respond to those 2 questions from the research department. The next one came from Palma. And he wanted to know whether Stanbic Bank has CCTV cameras to monitor online banking. The good thing is that we have a representative from Stanbic here who will directly respond to that question. Madam Christine Rose, you will do us the favor on that. Madam Jennifer Kongo you indicated that you're a student and you pay school fees from ABSA, and yet ABSA doesn't have a presence in Moroto. Moroto has three banks: Centenary Bank, Stanbic Bank, and Post Bank. But one thing I've noted, and I guess you've also seen it, there are so many agent banking outlets.
Kiboy kinod ya, kiboy kinod ngetong alu. Kiboy kinod. Boy kinod kwap. Acha ya lo kede kama.
There are so many agent banking outlets. Now, when you look at those outlets, they indicate the banks for which they serve as agents. You can easily find out that there is one agent or two that deal on behalf of ABSA. When you go to that agent, they will be able to transact for you on at a lower rate. Okay? Because agent banking has been licensed by Bank of Uganda, we supervise this as a delivery channel. There are so many people who cannot come, for example, to Moroto. Someone has a home far away, but they are agents. Some of them operate as retailers, they have shops. So instead of you coming from wherever you stay to come and bank in Moroto Town, you can use that agent to bank your money will reach your account. In the same breath, you can also withdraw if you're interested in borrowing using the same agent. So explore the option of agent banking. You'll be served. The next set of questions came from Mr. Mark Abuku. There was one on treasury bills and bonds, and I'll request Mr. Ivan Setimba to respond to that. The one regarding control of currency, I'll request Mr. Mugisa to respond to that. And the issue of 500 million fake money, which was found in Post Bank. This is a story that was run in the media. And when it came to the attention of Bank of Uganda, we contacted the management of the bank. And the bank conducted investigations. Wherever you have people working together, it is a requirement of the central bank, and indeed in ordinary life, that you have a system of controls that work. Now, when you have a breakdown in controls, anything can happen. That's why you realize that today you may have the manager here at Centenary, but after 2 or 3 years, they get transferred and go somewhere else. Another person comes in, so that the system of internal controls keeps on being checked and strengthened. That lapse in Post Bank has been investigated, and I'm sure when the report is released, it will be shared with the public. But to the best of my knowledge and belief, if you have money in Post Bank, it is safe. It is not your money which may have been affected. If it is a loss that will be borne by the bank, not you as a depositor. For you, as and when you want your money, they will be able to give it to you. Okay? So I think those are the questions. Let me request the representatives from Bank of Uganda to come up and address them, starting with Dr. Deo, because you have to.
Thank you, Governor. I would start off by responding to a question that was raised. Does the Bank of Uganda monitor price changes? That is inflation. Fundamentally, that is our job. Not only do we monitor what is happening today, but we look into 2, 3, 4 years down the road. So we forecast, we predict. We tend to predict. For instance, right now, it's a dry season. Okay? It's a dry season. What is our problem right now? Food is going to go up. So we have factored that in our, let's say, our systems, the way we forecast. Okay? For instance, now we know there's a dry season. There's right now, you know, there's Trump in America. Trump wants to control trade. We're aware of that fact. And we factor all that, How does that affect Uganda? Okay? So generally speaking, we are very interested in the prices. So in our formulation of policy, one fundamental thing we have to consider is inflation. Okay? We don't want our people to be hurt by losing their standard of living, the cost of living going up. So in whatever we do, you remember when I talked about the TAP, right? So when we notice the TAP, in the scheme of things, the TAP is getting, or people are having less money, or we want to encourage people to consume more, we shall loosen the TAP a bit, okay? I think that addresses your question. Okay. So we not only do we know today, we all try to look at what will happen in the future. We try to predict, okay? 2, 3, 4 years down the road. That's what we do. Now there's a question of the strength of our currency. You said it has lost what? It has lost the value. Oh, that's a very interesting thing. Okay. Right, let's look at Uganda as it is. One thing you have to know, the exchange rate is just a price. Okay? It's just a price. So when we look at Ugandan shilling, so we're saying right now as I speak today, $1 US is equivalent to around 3,650, right? But we have to remember, for the exchange rate to be what it is, it reflects what is happening in the economy, okay? If we export more, that means we do more business with the rest of the world. Or if we import more, it has an impact on this exchange rate, okay? But one good thing we have to take on board, actually, the Ugandan shilling has strengthened. I can tell you we had a point where the Ugandan shilling was almost equivalent to $1 to 4,000 shillings. But right now I said it's 3,650. And I can tell you the Ugandan shilling has been the best in the last 10 years across Africa. Do you believe that? Yes. Yes. Just do a little bit of Google. It has been the best performing currency across Africa. So we're doing something good. You're not yet convinced? We shall have a bilateral that one. Thank you.
Let me request Mr. Ivan Setimba to respond to the one of Treasury bills and bonds.
Thank you very much. If I got the question right, there was a comparison between what banks charge when they lend to individuals, and then I think comparing the interest rate on the treasury bills and bonds. I'm not sure if that's a fair comparison, because one, you're looking at what the bank is charging, which is, as you rightly mentioned, 20% to 27%, versus the 10% that you earn a treasury bill. So what maybe could have been a better comparison is how much does the bank pay if you were to take out, say, a fixed deposit, or how much, what is the rate of interest on a savings account. If you compare, for instance, the rate, and the rates vary from bank to bank, but typically, if it's a savings account, you probably earn 3% per annum. The bankers can, how much is the interest rate on savings? 4%. So 4% for Centenary, maybe Stanbic has a different. Compare that to 10% on the 91 Treasury bill, and you clearly see that investing in Treasury bill would be a better option in terms of return compared to keeping that money as a saving. But if you're taking out a loan, then you'll definitely have to incur the 20 to 27% interest rate. So that's my response.
Thank you, Ivan. There was a question that was asked again by Mr. Buku regarding the 60 billion. When the information regarding this transaction came out, government, or rather the central bank, or Bank of Uganda in this case, is a banker to government. Okay? Just like you go to a bank and a bank becomes your banker, you keep your money there and you withdraw it. Government also keeps money with the central bank. So when this story of the fraud came up, again, government agencies came through, the police force came through to investigate, the office of the DPP was involved, public prosecutions was involved, and to be honest with you, I would have serious reservations commenting on this case which is before courts of law. But once it has been resolved, this information will come to the public and you will get explanations of exactly what happened and how it has been resolved. Thank you. Thank you. I think we can get the next round of questions, then afterwards we shall read out the written questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Godfrey will first translate the answers and then we can go to the next round.
Iya kita tanggung nada kang kita nege. Apei nang kita itu anak balabe. Be ane bokana ngedel ngangula Uganda ngeda na gogunga. So apa namare bongokinyo. Nga ngedel nga Uganda gogong. Kay kechi ko abang na Uganda. Ebe meno ngakra la ngaren. Bebe mi on karang karungo mono ngaren karung kan ngaren. Anya tamale le mo kana dele ngakwa kina yala ngaren. So arang akar nungu ne be meno arak bem. Buna bang itama buna bang itama be ngedel ngangula Uganda be ke kwa kedai. Kya palagot. So pone tamara ngedel nga Uganda kire pikyong. Anako pinang na ala ngedel nga Uganda ya to kana arang ngedel aju akano way. Kay tieta joka pa tamara ngedel ani kire mi ya tamare ni temo kuna bongo kinet. Betul ya kide manadim kon to limo ki ya dim koni. Uganda.
Thank you. So we are going to take the second round of questions in the local language. We'll select 5. Strictly the local language.
Alakarano enka tunga ekatara kareti no wengula Bank of Uganda abunere akidira rwon ngakrong na itiete ke chaloto ngakrong na ngedelinga korepte onlo man ta ke tingi ko delinga lu wanak no ni na bankia e boko enkaro ro iria mamatha abana ye ngiti kech ngakrong na ba ka dinga mudugwe be digital assets aya ani de ro ro kechi apoto ke tingi limutu ngakrong na tabito ngakrong na ngedelana boko yo digital assets or digital money. Ani one ngishelu elo then Kampala. Yongole kuno na baka okay kadinga kwa pin. Eyang cheto le baka dinga tapendo ngel nga ankan. Mukaki wakne kotera tolo mut kong na nare ala ta to lutu na etengetunga ketipu yon kwendel nga ankan. So achamte hanyo na baka kira ngakrona digital assets nugune abulu. How safe is the money of people when we put them in those digital assets? A lot of crang idelinga ngulu wana kunobokon ni digital assets. Joka a yep tola padotang tak tunakene. Now, ani bona bonge to lugu. Atanga ena kinta nga pedorodio ake gange tunga kotera nga krong na boko digital money kori digital assets. Aya kolonga krong na bridge water la lo be mune peine. Ayang to la poto limano kidinga to atamade hebe ya dia ya utunge dilinga kiwa kene dilinga nege polo unete to kito po bokro ngetunga tarala to ngetunga di tolo martonga dilinga ngulu ani anga piar tengetunga lu tong ki goro ngetunga pa ka to na abu mona bankina na Bank of Uganda kiranga kronwa e yep tele pedore ngeda kidinga ngetunga yoka na ra apoto nge dilinga lu ala la tolo talo tunga ala khara.
I think you got the first question. No, the first one, she actually even said in English. Digital assets. You need to talk about digital assets when you are making your presentations. And then she says that there are some small companies that usually come here on digital what? Digital money. There is like Bridgewater was here. They took Paul's money and then they closed one day and disappeared up to now. So she's wondering whether Bank of Uganda heard about it.
Okay, tala karti ang ngutolu ya Bank of Uganda dolun karmojong keda unin karlu dol tenga tomonu umuan. Tala karta nguna cham tianga kingit. Yang etunga kori companies ngulu ide nono kine tenga tunga ngidelenga aloto manga ngadimo. Ngayena yang atemar. Era ngulu dang ngulu iman mana tenga tolu ya Bank of Uganda. Aba karna ya neni ayena kone kache kebu kilipung idilinga aloko tido ngicherua. Ayene atemar ko kuen kibu kipia katachang idilinga. Ngetunga lugu togia kita anyara nene do angiche. Atemar be lipunta nako ne kon idilinga aloki rokon to tachang ke idilinga. An biene ngitari anako ne ka tema itu. Iko kini yo jawni idilinga ke ka kiro pai kilimo kente angai. Temar ko kuen yonga ngetunga lugu kishelwa ya kitachang idilinga ingoli kini ngetunga dadang ngule yang kesha namba nadim ay tunga na ngini tora mana kina ngetunga ngulda da temar be tatachang iti ngidilinga tunga na in o tema ayo koria kamada na kini ana paekang ani ngona bong cheda bitonge are ke buiche to ana bo kilip ngidilinga alokiro keng nai ngin namba ko de dadang kangulu angidunya talu ayaka de doa toge ona kiyanya ngitunga ngulu ebe kita tashange dilinga edeni yo to ane ngidilinga alokiro ko nani ngidio to ane ba to an mam karcha ngitunga lu ripikina tenge namba da ngulu era mana kini tunganin temara ngitunga lu tatasha engitana yanga temar Bank of Uganda kimman manete the financial services lu ko tengulu iko kini rida kini ngitunga lu to jongata kiyanya ngulu sia tunga ni aratar ngini ya mam tar ni girakin te ke kiro elemuni ya namba tunga na dim toge ona kiyanya ngitunga ngulu. I don't know if you can do it in English.
She's asking whether Bank of Uganda supervises the credit applications on phones that always give people money, because they always give you money from the phone, and then when you borrow their money, later when they are demanding their money, they call you and abuse you and say so many things. So she's wondering whether Bank of Uganda is monitoring those applications on WhatsApp and on phones.
Jok. Apena ngo kola kana kwap. Ni ko kola ka kire ke yeni Bank of Uganda. Amagana to yung tunga. Nyomo no elo dio tuan at man ambai Bank of Uganda. Ayong da kamera ebe na ko delinga ebe na ko kon inye aya itingi delinga ngulu e bayong bele martai ani bengi dia na ko kwa tama ya mama nyele marang delinga lotu lu kengi tarbo Bank of Uganda iko kini tena ngi lingi ide pia lo tunga to man ko lo kai kini nyal to tabe yo ebe abala yo nga ebe apotun ka dilinga na zimukon e ko kini mo ida nyini ai tamamebo ani bo lo di angare e message to ram mamo e ke dilingi ye to ma Bank of Uganda to yo nungi tunga ari kare dilingi pitongolo.
Ralph, there is a hand the other side.
He says that there are some people also who have begun calling people, like they call you and say you have received money in your phone, but when you check the money, you don't actually see the money in your phone. How can Bank of Uganda help us with such cases?
So engitang obon Bank of Uganda
opite olo kona ibunu yo kar mo jongonege ako on parang na idea onan ani bo kona ibuni bo yo moi kar mo jongonege ko tere ke mantaringa epitole ya kare service ala kar mo jongonege kori bongori Kampala pe na rai ali muntori ngona aka ko itayong da yen iko gini tigi ya nyune tayang kana mbayai kata nyuta tamari yang delinga to mai ngai te mo kino gua paka ba kori eli te mo mantaringa te alakara
is asking whether Bank of Uganda is coming to settle here or you're just a visiting team and then you disappear because we have a lot of cases to be handled by Bank of Uganda.
Boda dang karimo jong alakara na kolongiti na ga talakari ayo nga banka Uganda ngune ya karnege karimo jong ko sholong akupia nga bokoi aya countere ediling ngola nyarta edimon anai edimoni lo ajoko jik anistia we edimon lo apedorio agelu na iboreng ni atak na loto me yare kekal ngina Uganda temarebe nyomo na le marere edimoni ngol tole mara itongo pia kidonyo tokona ara ngamia mia istia o koringa mia ngakan kanga noti na kitingiti tokona epedori mono moi akichenji kinabok yao na edimoni ngola kotere tojokuneta epitengolo siare ngidilinga kodi anakani kodi ajoka lopitelo kole siare ngidilinga ko botea una kai keshi nguna
She's saying that that time of Obote there used to be very strong coins that were in circulation. So she's wondering, is it possible that Bank of Uganda can still bring back these coins because they used to be very strong?
Mato yakad akanyari tayo ke kirologiri Joseph abunti ayong alaka kolie batigana riodangi bora lo Central Market kamaga etala karitano wengi tungalu a Bank of Uganda lugwa ponarenege ani arakire ke ponto kire nyari ngana boki modi kinyo pani kideni dangi shedilinga poto nyotunga kirimu tamara ke girang roro grupo ke girai after ke giri kideni uno ngidelinga kati 2 million 2.5 tolo tangola pinyakar tangidelinga ngola pinyakar tangidelinga ani maragino ngidelinga tori amna ngini tungana nyakarti nya rai 4.6 tori amna daji kata mariki modi kinto dangi tingi tungolu angrupo lu after nya rai be 2.5 ngediki na kentai ngina ngare tokona alama dingi tungalo pitongo le bokotere ba awoni ngadimo nugutanyo tumo hele ngutunga Bank of Uganda kanyo tungana tamari yakadi ngalo line ikon tamari yera muni kisha make koni pinamba be aranye de tungana ngini etia yai be Bank of Uganda MTN tanyo tumene de tolo do bakina take ye pite todo baki una
He's saying that at Bank of Uganda should actually work on this issue of fraudsters who just call you and he doesn't even know how those guys know that you have money in the phone. They call you and tell you to put the pin, and when you put the pin, your money goes away.
Thank you very much for the feedback. I think this is the most interesting part of this engagement. Previously it was us communicating, now you're giving us feedback. And I want to thank you for that. Martha, you talked about digital assets, and I request my colleague Alex to come and we'll talk about it at the right moment, talk about digital assets, and also throw a little bit more light on electronic funds transfers. I don't know whether you also talk about online credit. Okay? Online credit and mobile money frauds. Strong coins, in preference for banknotes. Mr. Mugisa will address it. The issue of money lenders. If you've been observant, in this engagement, we've invited all the regulators to come and take part in this engagement. And one of the officers who came here is Mr. Emiku from the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. That is the authority that supervises money lenders. I think in my assessment, this category of service providers have challenges. And I will not shy away from encouraging you to use institutions that are regulated by Bank of Uganda. And I will explain why. Someone asked whether this is the last time you're seeing Bank of Uganda. Actually, this is not the first time Bank of Uganda has come here. But the previous times Bank of Uganda has come here, we come specifically to visit the institutions that we supervise. We come and inspect the activities of Centenary Bank, the activities of Stanbic Bank, and activities of Postbank. Madam, are you from Postbank? You're welcome. You're late, but it's better late than never. In this public engagement, and I'm telling you, it is not going to be the last. Someone again also asked, it has taken Bank of Uganda 40 years to come here, and you're not very sure when next we shall come here. I mentioned it earlier, and I'll say it again. A journey of 1,000 miles always begins with a single step. Previously, we thought we could communicate from head office. But we've learned through the feedback we've got from various engagements that no, going on radio is not enough. Going on television is not enough. Writing in newspapers is not enough. These barazas, these public engagements are far, far better than the other methods that we've been using. Evolving as an institution, because we're interested in change and we're on a learning scale. We are learning, and if we come across better ways of engaging with you, we shall not hesitate to take them. So this is not the last time you're seeing us. If there is any of you who buys newspapers, you will see each time the Bank of Uganda reads the monetary policy statement. Previously, they would just put the monetary policy statement, and that would be the end of story. But the approach has now changed. We have a team in the communications department that translates the monetary policy statement into the various languages. Sometimes even using cartoons, because we want you to understand what the Bank of Uganda is communicating. That is what communication is about. Again, someone asked a question on the examples of the policy measures on the mandates of Bank of Uganda. The first one is monetary policy. My colleague here, Deo, explained how the monetary policy, how Bank of Uganda implements monetary policy, and the reasons why it does so. They want to control inflation so that if it costs you 1,000 today to buy a bottle of soda, 1 year from now, it shouldn't cost you 1,200. There is a range which is reasonable, maximum of 5. And that is what Bank of Uganda does every single day to ensure that the price doesn't increase beyond 5%. If you've been observant, you realize actually the prices of goods and services don't go beyond that range. The next policy the Bank of Uganda looks at is financial stability. We want you, when you make your investments, you get value that you expected at the time you invested. Each time they give you a return or a return. My colleague Ivan has talked about bonds and bills. When you invest money, you want the return you get as profit to be meaningful to you as a person, for you to be able to buy something that will show you that, yes, actually I invested this, and this is what I bought out of the return I got from this investment. Those are policies Bank of Uganda implements every other day to ensure that you have stability in the financial sector. If you wake up one day and the bank is not open, people will not go to Centenary to ask why. They will not go to Stanbic or Postbank or any other bank for that matter. They will say, where is Bank of Uganda? That's why we do whatever we do. And sometimes it is very painful. You ask these bankers, sometimes it is very painful. Because sometimes we even let them go. We say, no, you're not doing service to the country, go home. But of course, when we undertake such measures, the general public may not know, but you just see changes in the way institutions operate. So Alex, kindly step forward and respond to this, and then afterwards I'll invite Mr. Mugisa to respond to the next call. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. This is normally the most interesting part of the town hall meetings. Quite enough, go to a banking hall, check the charges before you make the payment. I'm a bit surprised that Centenary was charging you that payment. I'm a bit surprised that Centenary was charging you that, and maybe they will answer whether they charge some customers more than 5,000, which is their latest rate, or if you're not telling us the truth. The next question has to do with how safe is our money when we put in digital money and digital asset. The person who asked that question, we need to start thinking or answering what money is. And I look at money as having three main attributes. The first one is a store of value. The second, and which we mostly use, is a medium of exchange. Long time ago, if I wanted to buy cassava, I needed to have beans and exchange. Money is doing that role. And the third one is a standard of deferred payment. Thinking about what my colleague presented on the banknotes and coins, if we convert that banknotes and coins into digital, then it becomes digital money for Uganda. An effort which we are trying to do as Bank of Uganda. Can we digitize the same paper money that you have into a digital form, such that if you're going to make any payment, you don't need to carry notes and coins, but rather use the kind of, and who issues money? In most countries, it's the central bank on behalf of government that issues money. Now, the one which I think the lady that asked the question is speaking about must be virtual assets or the likes of cryptocurrencies. They have all sorts of names, you know? So sometimes they come and lure you into investing it because they'll tell you that the returns are very good. But as a consumer, do you ask questions? Where does this money come from? How safe is it? Who regulates? Or you simply swept by the fact that they're telling you you'll make money. As Ugandans, we love to make money, that we forget to ask questions. Now, we've seen companies come, set up offices for a week, mobilize resources, and disappear. Very common. The question, how safe is your money? Your money is not safe. Why? In 2019, government issued a statement, a public statement, that government does not regulate virtual assets. And therefore, as a consumer, you are not protected. Should something happen to you when you invest in it, if you invest in it at your own risk, meaning you're willing to lose the money, okay? And if you lose the money, the only place you can report to would be to police. And that will be cases of either fraud, obtaining money by false pretense. They will know one of a case to slap on the person or on the company that would have mobilized the funds and disappear. They have done it in many districts. They keep moving, open very good offices. They can even call it digital shilling or any money that seems like it's under regulation. So be careful, but in case you lose your funds, please go to police, okay? Does BOU supervise digital loans? This will be answered. I'll answer one component, and then our colleagues from the regulator, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, will answer the second one. Now, what is a digital loan? In simple terms, instead of walking to the banking hall, you can apply on your phone and access the loan. Of course, they have conditions that you comply with. Unfortunately, we never read those terms and conditions. Some of them will tell you that I need to access all your phone book, okay? Meaning that if you default, they can call your mother, your husband, your uncle, anybody to look for you and tell them how you failed to pay your money, okay? But also, so there are two components. There are digital loans that are given by institutions that are licensed by Bank of Uganda. Think about More Cash as an example. When you borrow through MTN or through Airtel for that matter. That is a digital loan on your phone, using your phone. But the underlying provider is a regulated financial institution, which in most cases is a commercial bank in partnership with Airtel. Do they call you? I don't think they do. If anybody has called you because you failed to pay on more cash, I would be surprised. But also, as a consumer, why do you borrow when you know you're going to fail to pay? Why can't we be genuine with ourselves? I've seen people telling us, don't send on this account because I have a loan. Don't send on this number. So why do you go and borrow when you don't have a plan for the money? We have to be genuine as well. So it's a bit surprising that the person who is failing to pay is complaining because she's being called. Pay the money because you borrowed it, okay? Going to the next caller, the next question says, callers telling them that they have received money. That was an old man that asked. But when they check the account, they don't see the money. Two questions. Were you expecting money? Or did you do something that would give you money? If not, why would you worry? Because you didn't have money and you are not expecting money. Let's also be genuine. It's unfortunate that you check an account, you did not do any work, but you expect money to come in your phone. Isn't that unfortunate? But having said that, I'm going to tally that with the next question and ask MTN to also add on. On the issue of fraudsters, we've had so many fraudsters before. But the efforts between Bank of Uganda, the players, and Uganda Communications Commission, if I consider over the past 3 to 4 years, we've seen massive reduction in fraudsters and callers calling us. And I think we should be thankful to what this joint effort has done. Now, whenever they call us, we are aware that these are conmen. Somebody asked whether we are coming here for and going away. We've been here for a long time. I've been on radio stations here nearly on a quarterly basis for the last 2 years. I said we are going to speak this evening, and we talk about these fraudsters. If they call you and tell you you've received money, why do you put in your PIN? And why are they asking you to put in your PIN? So because we've been telling people how to guard their money on phones, these fraudsters have reduced. And I also want to emphasize again, whenever somebody calls and asks you to put your PIN, please don't enter your PIN. MTN or Airtel will say, we never call customers, okay? Or even before calling, confirm with the service center whether they're asking you to updating something. The challenge though is that sometimes we fall prey and just enter our PIN and our money disappears. It's unfortunate, but I'll ask Centenary Bank to supplement on EFTs, whether the charges that the student is getting is separate, maybe she's a special client, and MTN to come on the issue of fraudsters and people calling others. Yeah, then the next one on the issue of online lending. Actually, UMRA has a guideline for digital lenders, which is same as online lending. So they'll respond to that as well.
Thank you. As already alluded to by Mr. Alex, our charge is 4,000 sending, then 5,000 sending, 4,000 sending, then the other one is 5,000. I think that's the same thing. Actually, if you paid the 20,000, I think that's an RTGS, not an EFT. May I know that, lady? You must have used an RTGS, not EFT. No. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Amico Joseph from UMRA to address the issue of digital lenders. I didn't get Mama's name, but one, we issued the digital lending guidelines last year, and of which we have institutions that use apps as a method of lending money. What you should know is that in the morning session, as I said, we need to know that are these institutions licensed by UMRA? Because one, a person cannot come and tell you that what? You have borrowed this amount of money, your name is like this, ABCD. But one, it's simple and is that most of these fraudsters are many. Sometimes, as my colleague from Central Bank say that, we easily give out our pins to these fraudsters, and they can easily access our phone book, our Google accounts. So the only thing is, let's be conscious. I know we want money, but let's be more conscious about this. The only thing that maybe I can advise you is that we have a toll-free line. When you call, it's for free. There's no need for charges when you're calling. If you have any issues concerning these institutions that lend, if you want to know that is this company licensed by UMRA, does it have this kind of app, we would basically tell you that what? This is a genuine institution, is licensed by UMRA. The number is 0800 111 449. Call during working hours, or even after this engagement, you can come and meet us, and then we can discuss more. Maybe I can help you if there is an institution that did that. We will basically help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Umra. It was a question that required a response from Stanbic Bank, and the manager is here to respond.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Rosa Salo. I welcome the team of Bank of Uganda to Karamoja. We appreciate. Someone asked a question saying, does Stanbic Bank have CCTVs to protect online banking? I think these are two different questions. One, yes, Stanbic has CCTVs. We have them inside the bank and at the ATM. How do we protect online banking? Online banking, you do it using your phone or your laptop. A laptop or a computer. So that one we give you rights to manage it. You have your password. You have a code that will be generated every time you log on. So yeah, you and us manage online banking together. Thank you so much.
You've sometimes received the calls and they say hello. It's okay, you can go manager. I'm calling to tell you you've won 100,000 shillings, and they tell you to put 50,000 shillings to access the 100. And then before you know it, they're telling you congra, congra, congra. So now we have MTN. Mobile money service provider MTN, please come over and, oh, you're here already.
Yellow. Yellow. The energies are very low. My name is Philip Odoy. I didn't come alone. I have my colleague Kenneth. Kenneth is seated somewhere at the back. We thank Bank of Uganda for giving us this opportunity to be here with you. Particularly for a function like this, we're here in 2020 as MTN, where we did engage our customers and agents on the same. So in regard to fraud, there are basically three things we have done as MTN. But to start with, I want to emphasize one thing that is going to protect all of us alike. The 5-digit MTN mobile money PIN you use should never be used unless you're before an agent or you're completing a transaction. That is rule number one. Please do not use your 5-digit mobile money PIN before you complete any transaction that you're only aware about. That is why you see other operators only use 4, but we use 5 because we believe we are safer that way. But over last year, anywhere around the same time, about March, in our own records, we noticed our customers had raised about complaints, about 450,000 complaints regarding fraud. And using the systems that we have in place, our technology team was able to come up with a solution internally to minimize the number of repeat calls from what we determine as fraudulent customers. So for us that are here, would actually be able to confirm that the calls you're getting or from fraudsters either don't exist now or have reduced as compared to maybe 2023. So back end, there was a lot of work that was put in using technology and of course machine learning to make sure we can also deter fraudsters. The other thing that we have also done, we now have a mobile money reversal process, especially for you as a customer to send money wrongly. Say for example to a wrong number, you should be able to reverse it. But also what we've realized, the reversal we introduced is instead helping most of our customers that have been conned. But the good thing, it is helping them save money. And the code is very simple. It is *165*8*7#. *165*8*7. Shall call you to confirm you initiated a reversal, and then we can complete it. In a scenario where you're not able to get your confirmation, the money is still held. So you don't lose money as our customer. So those are the major three things we've done, but together with our other operator, Uganda Communications Commission, that may not be here today, we have an aggressive campaign that is going on. We use the tag name Better Steady, it's a Luganda word, to mean be strong or be firm. And that's what I started with, to remind us that the 5-digit mobile money PIN we use can never be used unless you're before an agent, you're transacting, or you're making a payment, a transaction of your consent. That way, both of us are going to be safe. We are available later in the afternoon to take on any other further questions. But thank you for the feedback and choosing MTN.
Thank you very much, MTN. You've spoken a lot of English. I want Gabriel to just summarize the responses within a few minutes language.
Alakara, iko ko again mamu being irara I think her question was not asked, was not interpreted well. Kindly just ask. This is to Stanbic. Very important.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My question was like, does Stanbic Bank have CVV keys? Because Centenary Bank has, whereby your card, your ATM card, is enrolled in the system for online transactions. Like you cannot transact before the bank confirming. So I wanted to really know, because last time I went to Stanbic Bank and I was told like the protection is not there. So I've been wanting to transact online. Like I wanted to use my debit card for online transactions, but it can't work because the protection is not there. Yet Centenary Bank has. Thank you.
Okay. I hope Centenary has heard there is this, yes, the CVV key for online transactions. You know, if you insert your card details into a payment platform, and there is maybe frequent payments, you find that that online company will keep deducting your money, and somehow you will need a CVV key. Centenary Bank, at least I can testify, has it. I don't know if Stanbic has it. All right, I think they are going to meet. Abunti angonege abongo kin wadio ankari majong agron tete abongo kidi ngi kapolo kanege mara ada anu alla kanai ngadi changa kudo anara alimuni ngakro ara no kre tapito ngotonga lu alalak no kote ngakro angma korai ngotonga lu de manar teng tonga de nga lola in kecha neni bongono kiti kra ngotonga lu alaka nege agewni ang kote de borde ta be koy digital assets anege ayay ngoni tonganan kode company lo be koy bridge ngai bridge water ne lo abuto reme ngotonga de nga lu alalak penanga to agli puno tenge dele na bank lonio ya auto buga ke dele na dia bridge water arai kingeta ga kon kuwan tanga mo to walu e buni to wanan teme yonga ke ya uyong alpia meat na ko ngeta na kana ni yonga meat nga to ngoni kan taparach ali business mo ti ay to wanan ne gen lo le mo dele na lu itangulu taparach ke walari ngakro nu kwa waratu yaka na ko ko na ni arai e buni to wanan ne gen ni ke na ko wan ngedele nga ena ka ngedele nga ena ka ngedele nga dani aneni ni alla kuna tanga tongwa kilipuno tongwa de lenga to golo ni aga kai to tuari piri tane ptelo tia tar ka kich e buni nge dala mo de lenga abuni atamada ayo ngare ko kolan abuni ang ataminge yo nga ake mo yo ngal pi to monikan angal pi to monikan no enak nge ngal pi to moniare enak nge gara ngal pi to moniare au yo ngal pi to mon ngi da be ko da ka yo da to nguni lamu da ngatomon kan nakana ngatomoni ara ayo ngatomon kingoli ki yo beregen dadang mamu nye dio business lo ye ineni anyamaru ngatonga bona anyamaru berengini so to choki tongo tongo lu na kangulu entrepreneur tenege so ayai deke apon ta toli muno ya namba nege yo to wano be lo au bralu toli muti ya namba ta mar koro ko to tongo lu na kangulu ko de chamti ak ngarakino ramagne te da namba la pon toli muno te mara bolo ikan kauni ebolo ipei ngomon ikan komon ramagne de kevi ko ko ta maria e to wana ni konne ni pero de ubra ak ngarake ne yave so alimun de gemti andane atamar alala ka kire ngubura dia kodi yebitolo goro to ringa tongwa ko dare ngel ngala pon to ko yara ya lo toma MTN bala MTN gwa kin kedin borolu do te nguni ipei abe ko yaya namba lo abe ko yongo lo ke MTN la mobile money lo ani ba yong gara ito to la mo delenga be ko yo ake namba ngolo ani ba yo gara ko ke be ko ake namba ngolo e be ko yo namba lo go mam apeina akmor ena bangolo arangolo ko ni bon ke bu to nganan ko ri karama ki yo azima tamari yo nga ya kwa ngedelenga ni ke maga itu logo gara namba kon lo pe ngolo ke makne ni nyakuna ngedelenga nyamaga na yo ke mak matiara ibore ni ara ni yeni yong atamar nge ka delenga kre lugu alu ya ta lamon ka delenga mare che to atamari yo ni ore ngetunga ngi chelu ke MTN atamarete gara MTN gara Airtel mere tar kidang ara chang ko kala kalo kidinganin era muni to ana dim te maramu tang adim malo MTN e ko namba ya kari ngache kro yonga ki makke namba lugu lo namba ngolo ko tere to bang ne ko namba jok ane ara e chamete to wana ni ngini halo mare to malo dele ngakon yi chamu che yongo be ko yo ki makke ne ko na ki makke ne to tupite yo yong ro ko yo nya nyo na u to ngi nga pir halo to me ko online nila ino lu apa lo tinga tawolu ama ngakro yakade pakra maki yo to wana ne gara ke blok ngate ko namba patana ye MTN Moroto ne lo di yo tem yonga aka namba logo mamu nyolomi ori agolo gentoy do ke ngara kiri yong mare che to wana ni ara muni azima pale kongen yeni yo dara kien na ngare limude ngakro no technology no siya ñu bari ne be artificial intelligence kata machine learning ak ngara ke nga tunga ara ni bari ni kitate ni ara ni abu yini ara ngare mo janga jok ro cha do myo so na chena yayi bari ne ka ba ke lo ke MTN be nya ke ngel nga ko ya tamar ya ke yo ngel nga ni che to wanan aba ke ngel yayi na bo ibore ni mi makili yana di makonaga ani mi makini yong golo ki MTN ngel nga wuro nyolo ma la lain lo kara adia kara doko jara ni karama kene yo adi mata mare bu mo leke yo gato ga nya kurga delenga lo lain ko niya da ke teme yo do teme yo adi roge dia kar lo dongo delenga do nya kan ko delenga so e kata kan ta dadang akiti jere ngama korai lu ya ka to mana ti ala kara no way.
Thank you, Gabriel. we received written questions from you. And at this juncture, I want to read them out, and the governor will assign who will answer which question. And I'll read them the way they are. The first question is from Opita Bernard. How can Bank of Uganda support irrigation farming in Karamoja? Because Karamoja has an arid, dry land climate, and yet we are interested in farming. That question is from Opita Bernard. Bate Musa Sulaiman. Why is it that 50 shillings coins are not working nowadays? Why is it that 50 shillings coins are not working nowadays? From Bate Musa Sulaiman. Benja asks, please clarify about where we print our Uganda shilling notes from. I one time heard that Uganda got its own printing machine for money. Can this really control the circulation of money? Relatedly, it says, please also clarify about the Queen Elizabeth coin, whether they buy it. Has the Bank of Uganda sent individuals or agents to buy the coins of 50 shillings and Queen Elizabeth coin from the people? I think he was referring to the Commonwealth commemorative coin. Namutosi Susan. Somebody talked about money hygiene or mishandling money. Are we going to continue saying it is bad to write on money and keep it in socks and stop there? Or there will be actions to be taken against the bad habits of handling money? James Olwen, who is a farmer, asks, on ACF, what is the turnover, in bracket, people accessing loans in the last 3 years? If it is low, what can be done to help people of Karamoja access ACF? Lokwang Michael, the value of our money is less. We beg you to increase it. The value of our money is less. We beg you to increase it. I think I can stop on those for now. Then we give, again, the governor the time to coordinate the answering process of these questions. Mr. Governor, sir.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, audience, again for the questions. There are 2 or 3 that I've seen that will go to for the ACF. The first is from Mr. Peter, whether we can support irrigation in Karamoja. The second for ACF is turnover, people accessing loans in the last 3 years. I don't know whether you have the statistics here, but you find out responding. The next 2 questions, the first is hygiene of money. What does Bank of Uganda intend to do to ensure that they address this problem? It will go to Mr. Mugisa. Then the question of whether the 50 shilling coin still works and has value. Again, Mr. Mugisa, this is for you. The one of printing currency from whether Uganda prints currency locally or outside, that one I can confirm to you that no, Ugandan currency is printed from outside. Then the Queen Elizabeth coin. And the last one from Mr. Lokwanga was the value of money is low. Dr. Dewa, I think you'll again come back and explain why they think it is low and why it is the way it is. Thank you. Can I start with SCF?
under the authority of the Director, Agriculture and Other Credit Schemes Department. I don't know that she's... Oh, thank you. Bernard, you asked us a question about irrigation, whether we support irrigation, and how we can support Karamoja region in this area, in this aspect. Indeed, the agricultural credit facility, the first category I talked about, supports purchase of irrigation equipment. If you want to improve your farm, maybe you want to dig up a well, that is called under coded farm improvement. That one is also financeable. That is why I said you can access it at 12% per annum, and you can access a maximum of 2.1 billion depending on what you want to undertake. And yes, it is true, you can, any form of irrigation, even if you want to get the piping, connecting water system in your farm, that is all financeable under the agricultural credit capital expenditure arrangement. 12% per annum, you can access it through Centenary Bank, Post Bank is available, and Stanbic Bank is also available. Then Mr. James Olwen, you asked about the uptake of the scheme. It is true, we have disbursed to date over 1 point, for the northern region, we have, there are 927 beneficiaries from the northern region as at end of December. And of these, they've taken up a total amount of 47.8 billion Uganda shillings. And then this is the total loan amount. When we talk about the government of Uganda contribution, it is 24.39 billion Uganda shillings. And the financial institutions have only have contributed 23.5 billion Uganda shillings. That is the uptake. But still, if you're looking at percentages by region, it is very low in the northern region with only 4.5% of the total amount that has ever been disbursed to the entire country. And this, if you're looking at the number of beneficiaries, it's only 15.4% of the total number of people who have benefited from this scheme. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. For this low uptake, we need to note that it is the beneficiaries, you people, who have to approach the financial institutions and request for these funds. They're not going to find you seated wherever you are. Please, it is your fault that you have not applied for these funds. So if you wish to apply and benefit from the agricultural credit facility and also the small business recovery fund, put your house in order, get the necessary documentation, approach the financial institutions, and you'll be able to improve the uptake of the scheme in Karamoja region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mugisa.
Thank you, Governor. Allow me to respond to, there was a question about coins, that during the Obote time, some coins were strong, and then what happened? Now, Uganda has gone through several changes. Bank of Uganda was established in 1966. And before that, we were using the East African currency money. Now, when the bank started in 1966, we started using our own money. But because of change of regimes, just like any other country, when regimes change, certain things change, and sometimes the currency also changes as one of the reasons. However, in addition to the change of regimes, There are other factors that they look at globally when you're introducing currency or the money. One of them is the population that you have. Two is the ease of transacting, for example, your level of activity. And then the other one is the strength, rather security of the notes, and that is fighting counterfeits. And so because of those changes, we also had changes in currency. Now, in 1986, 1987, you realize that from that time to date, we no longer have symbols of past presidents, rather presidents, on the currency. It was later on taken up that we shall be using national symbols, okay, and that's why you see we have our mountains, we have our the fish, we have cotton. All those things symbolize what really helps us as the country. On the other part, for the level of activity, you realize that with the current series, we have the 50,000, which came with the older series, and we've kept it because it helps transact. You imagine you're going to, you have it in 1,000 shillings. How much and how heavy of the notes are you going to carry? So the denominations change for the level of activity so that it's easy for us to transact. And that's one of the things that the department does to ensure that we have durable and strong denominations, varied, so that you can easily pay out when you go to the supermarket. Is the 50,000, is the 50 shilling coin still working? Yes, it is still legal tender until we tell you that please stop. It may not be of use to someone, but to some extent we still need it. There are people who receive mobile, rather people who do Western Union and MoneyGram transactions. You realize that when they are doing the conversion from, say, USD to UGX, you'll go and they're supposed to pay you, say, 193,356 shillings. We don't want you to lose anything. And so we still have coins of 1, 2, 5, 10, 50, 100, 200, 500, and 1,000. There's a coin of 1,000 still running, much as we still have the note. So both of them are running. About that coin of 1,000, someone asked about the commemorative coin of Queen Elizabeth. We only print and mint what's within our jurisdiction. In 2007, the bank issued a commemorative note when we had the CHOGM here. On such occasions, the bank can deem it fit after consultations, and it's done. In 2012, the coin for 1,000 was issued as a commemorative coin to celebrate 50 years of independence, but however, we left it to run alongside our other currencies. So it's still running. The money we have runs until the bank says it's no longer legal tender. That's when it stops. Otherwise, it runs and it should be respected and received by all those who are in that kind of transaction. About money handling, are we stopping at talking about poor habits? No. We are in the process, with the guidance of our legal team, to come up with probably punitive measures on what to do with people who write on our currencies. Sometimes it's hard to get them, but when we get you, they are punishments. Obviously handling that with Uganda police. The other, about mutilated notes. Now mutilated notes, those are notes which are torn or coins which are damaged. And then also someone had asked the same about burnt notes or torn notes. Now we recommend that such notes are deposited with the supervised financial institutions where you hold accounts, on condition that one, the notes should be 2/3, okay? 2/3 of the note. This should be accepted by the commercial banks or those microfinance deposit taking institutions, and they don't incur any loss when we are redeeming them, because the commercial banks come to us. So when you take them to the banks will come to us when they deposit, and they'll get their full value. No one should ever tell you that your money is less in value because it's torn. If it's 10,000 and you have 2/3 of your money, it still remains 10,000. Take it to your financial institution where you have an account and it will be redeemed. That's why we emphasize that you transact and open accounts with supervised financial institutions, because when you have an account, it gives you an identity in transacting. When you report a case to me, the first thing I'll ask you, where do you transact from? So it's easy for us to go to Centenary if they have mishandled you, or Postbank, or Stanbic, or Finca. But if you transact and deal with institutions which we don't know, then it becomes hard for us to manage your issue. So please deal with institutions that are licensed, institutions that are supervised by the bank. It becomes easy for us to manage your issues, but then also it becomes easy to do follow-ups when you go through such institutions, because they are accountable to us. I can easily call the manager Stanbic and probably give instructions, but how can I instruct someone who is not under my care? The cost of printing money is high, extremely high. So let's handle it with care. We have issues and challenges of handling, and so we use platforms like these ones to emphasize proper handling. You've heard us on radios, you've seen TV adverts emphasizing handling of currency, because it's extremely expensive to print, and if you and I handle the money well, it takes longer to exchange hands, and therefore manageable for us to serve you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Deo.
Thank you, Governor. So the first question somebody asked was, the value of money is low, right? So what do we mean by the value of money being low? So let's reflect in our day-to-day life. Let's look at a kilo of sugar. How much is a kilo of sugar? Is it 4,000? Can somebody recall in, let's say, in January, what was the price of sugar? In January last year, what was the price of sugar? It was what? It was 5,000, right? So do you say your value has decreased? You remember you said January the price was 5,000, and today the price is 4,000. Has the value lost money? Has the money lost value? No, right? So if we are talking about the value of money, it's reflected by the purchasing power, okay? Can I be in position to buy that kilo of sugar? Has it changed? Okay? So the other context is the question of the exchange rate. Somebody highlighted the exchange rate. So let's say around 3,900 and something. That's, let's say, last year. And today it's around 3,650. Has the value of the money lost? Has it decreased? Has the money lost value? You're finding that you're getting $1 at less of the Ugandan shilling. Okay? In January last year, out of $1, you spent, let's say, 4,000. But today, as we speak, you are spending 3,650. Right. Okay. That's a very interesting. Now, I want you to compare the US. Okay? The US is the biggest economy in the world. Okay? So we cannot compare ourselves with the Americans in this context. Okay? And by what? No, it's reflected by the economic activity. Your currency, the value of your money is reflected by the economic activity. So if we were a developed country, very developed, let's say like the US, we could get to that. But Uganda is Uganda. Okay? But what we do as the Bank of Uganda, we can manage inflation. And I can tell you, Uganda as a whole, the Bank of Uganda has been in position to manage inflation. You have just acknowledged the fact that last year sugar was 5,000 and today we are buying it at 4,000. What does that say? We're doing a good job, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deo. MC?
Thank you very much, the governor's representative, for ably responding to the questions that have been raised. We are almost moving to the end of this very important town hall meeting and want to once again thank you for finding time to be here with us today. As we move towards the end of the program, the few things that we want to emphasize. First of all, that in case you still have any other issue that has not been attended to today, you can bring it out one-on-one with the people who are here from the Bank of Uganda and the other financial sector regulators, and the issue can be handled one-on-one because time surely is not on our side. We also appeal to the people who are standing to kindly sit down so that
minutes. And within the 5 minutes now, they have caused you a lot of issues. We have the government program, which is PDM. There is now GROW. All these programs, they need the ID. They need the ID. Now the money-lenders, they have to capture all the IDs of everybody. Recently, we have been trying to, there is a road coming from the factory going to the mining area. They have been opening accounts with Centenary. But now, to get an ID was a problem. But you have to get a lot of money from the road compensation. But just because your ID has been taken by somebody, it becomes a problem. The ID are getting lost every day from the money lenders. Getting money now, entering now to PDM for you to get that money. There is no ID, there is a problem. And you cannot even tell a money lender, you first bring that thing, I'll return back, they will not give you. But for you, you fear to go to the bank just because the bank can take either 3 days, 2 days, you want 5 minutes loan to get, it becomes a problem. There is a lot of interest rate which is being charged. That's why I request, how can you really regulate? Even if you are taking a loan for 2 days, they tell you 15%, 20%. It really becomes really a problem. So that is really one of the problems that we have in a district, not only in Moroto, but the entire place. Governor, we have talked about ACF. ACF going to Centenary Bank, they could always advise there is ACF here. Go to Post Bank, there is ACF here. But today I think the committee now have got the information today, because sometimes when the bank used to tell them things, they may think that maybe they are going to charge them with the other, because there's a difference between ACF and the other loan that you may take for any other business. Because agricultural thing is always subsidized in terms of interest rate. So I think today, everybody have got the information. They will go now and begin applying for that agricultural loan. Me also as a farmer, I'm also in the process because I'd already got the information a lot of time from the banks. Sir, I also want to report to you that the banks that we have here, we have about 3 banks. Centenary, Post Bank, and Islamic Bank. So far, we have not got any wrong information about the banks. The only problem that they get is a lot of the community going to them when they are getting now their money, either in compensation, either PDM, and all that. So they are really doing a very good job. I need to appreciate them a lot. Those are the only banks that are really supported Karamoja for so many years, even in terms of insecurity. They have been there for us. Then the other thing is about communities now who are really, you know, Karamoja is one area that you cannot get land titles. You don't get land titles. Okay. We have communities who don't have land titles. Even recently, there is this project called GROW. For you to get money, you need to have a land title. And GROW is mainly for women who are doing something like business. But these women don't have land titles. But how to get their money now is becoming a problem. But somebody have got assets. I've got land, I've got something to present to the bank, but the land titles are not there. And generally, Karamoja, There are no more land titles that are there. You don't have land titles. Apart from the few, maybe elites, who have gone to school, who have got land titles. So really, how shall we really support these women to get those kind of loans, who don't have land titles, but they have something to present to the bank. Ngitunga no iklakara pondre ikyangina baila lo ayini atamari kinyanya ta bena radio amotoka tamar patula lo ingere na pete tabu ni o tingere de galo tong lu chi aulu ani ara mamungi sholong ulu amagne bono tingatunga ayini kona atamari ya de ngichelu ponto ne ara tamara re mujak mojubon ki yene yi kore yang idilinga e pola nege arai audo adang ne tatami wotere konta pare tolo di ku apara ngidilinga ni boko yakare mere atap ke ye we aracha ke ye ke moja ke mam tomam lakini e pol irko ya audo wa arkwana audo wa arkwaune ker kwanta audo esia ta audo ke tatama on ngitungalu ebitongolo magna ngada trengilinga ebitongolo tiare bechara ebitongolo magno obtunto goni yei lakini aniki yata yeni atama erkwa odo naga apegisti odo nai apegisti odo erkaro ngilinga lo PDM amangul tinga yagade ebogo ne be kitacha museveni be nkemu yo ekara ngi yo museveni atamar magna torko yo radio borni ko gni ai mi der elope ngagi de ngilinga ngi karunguni tota chenai ngarunga tota chenai museveni mano ki pera agi den kine mere kunenia ikunenia ela gara Antonia museveni ela gara ngara magni akan kotere museveni otama mara moroba so anen pe aya pagina agoloki ne meeting lo ikla no ya pondre Bank of Uganda, thank you so much for coming. Next time, please continue coming. I think everybody here is happy. That's why they've been clapping their hands. That they have got enough knowledge. They will go and put it in practice. They will not again go behind how to use the money they have got, how to get money from the bank they have got. All that information they are telling you, Governor. Next time, please continue coming and the team and censor them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Deputy RDC. Mr. Tuko Justin.
It's something that I forgot, Governor. The district leadership is not there here, and the councillors, especially the district chairperson and the district councillors. There is a council session which is going on at the district headquarters. They are really bringing their apologies, but they are promising that tomorrow they will join you tomorrow here in this very hall tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy RDC, once again. I will now invite Mr. Polot John Bosco, who is from North Karamoja Diocese, to lead us in a closing prayer. After that, we'll stand up for the anthems.
Let's rise up and we pray. Heavenly Father, we want to especially to give you thanks for this day. We want to thank you for the information that Bank of Uganda has given us. May we implement it and do it correctly. And Father, I want to pray against corruption in this country, even starting from Bank of Uganda, that Lord, you may intervene and may your fruits of truthfulness come in so that we may be able to develop more and more. Father, we want to pray, and we want to pray for journey mercies for everybody here. We want to pray all this through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen. Thank you very much for the word of prayer. Before we sing the anthems, there is a quick announcement.
Alakara, eko gongola ta paracha galana alaira ankapoloka. Ni patrobo na bo. Alakara.
So tomorrow attendance is by invitation only. Kindly tomorrow, if you don't have an invitation, your day has been today, we'll only have those who are invited. So we'll play the anthems and close. Okay.
Twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much for coming, and that marks the very end of our town hall meeting today. My name is Robert Wagonza, and it has been a pleasure being the MC. Now we may get seated, and then the team from Bank of Uganda will advise you on where you can go and serve lunch. Please stay seated until the team from Bank of Uganda comes to you and ushers you to the dining area. Thank you so much. DJ, you can have an interlude as we proceed to serve lunch. Thank you.